Chapter 13, Part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 2. The war which rent away the North American colonies of England is, of all subjects in history, the most painful for an Englishman to dwell on. It was commenced and carried on by the British ministry in iniquity and folly, and it was concluded in disaster and shame. But the contemplation of it cannot be evaded by the historian, however much it may be abhorred. Nor can any military event said to have exercised more important influence on the future fortunes of mankind than the complete defeat of Burgoyne's expedition in 1777, a defeat which rescued the revolted colonists from certain subjection, and which, by inducing the courts of France and Spain to attack England in their behalf, ensured the independence of the United States and the formation of that transatlantic power which, not only America, but both Europe and Asia, now see and feel. Still, in proceeding to describe this decisive battle of the world, a very brief recapitulation of the earlier events of the war may be sufficient, nor shall I linger unnecessarily on a painful theme. The 5 northern colonies of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Vermont, usually classed together as the New England colonies, were the strongholds of the insurrection against the mother country. The feeling of resistance was less vehement and general in the central settlement of New York, and still less so in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the other colonies of the South, although everywhere it was formidably active. Virginia should perhaps be particularized for the zeal which its leading men displayed in the American cause, but it was among the descendants of the stern Puritans that the spirit of Cromwell and Vane breathed in all its fervor. It was from the New Englanders that the first armed opposition to the British crown had been offered, and it was by them that the most stubborn determination to fight to the last, rather than waive a single right or privilege, had been displayed. In 1775 they had succeeded in forcing the British troops to evacuate Boston, and the events of 1776 had made New York, which the Royalists captured in that year, the principal basis of operations for the armies of the mother country. A glance at the map will show that the Hudson River, which falls into the Atlantic at New York, runs down from the north at the back of the New England states, forming an angle of about 45 degrees with the line of the coast of the Atlantic, along which the New England states are situate. Northward of the Hudson we see a small chain of lakes communicating with the Canadian frontier. It is necessary to attend closely to these geographical points in order to understand the plan of the operations which the English attempted in 1777, and which the Battle of Saratoga defeated. The English had a considerable force in Canada, and in 1776 had completely repulsed an attack which the Americans had made upon that province. The British ministry resolved to avail themselves in the next year of the advantage which the occupation of Canada gave them, not merely for the purpose of defense, but for the purpose of striking a vigorous and crushing blow against the revolted colonies. With this in view, the army in Canada was largely reinforced. 7,000 veteran troops were sent out from England, with a corps of artillery abundantly supplied, and led by select and experienced officers. Large quantities of military stores were also furnished for the equipment of the Canadian volunteers, who were expected to join the expedition. It was intended that the force thus collected should march southward by the line of the lakes, and thence along the banks of the Hudson River. The British army in New York, or a large detachment of it, was to make a simultaneous movement northward, up the line of the Hudson, and the two expeditions were to unite at Albany, a town on that river. By these operations all communication between the northern colonies and those of the center and south would be cut off. An irresistible force would be concentrated, so as to crush all further opposition in New England, and when this was done it was believed that the other colonies would speedily submit. The Americans had no troops in the field that seemed able to baffle these movements. Their principal army, under Washington, was occupied in watching over Pennsylvania and the South. At any rate, it was believed that, in order to oppose the plan intended for the new campaign, the insurgent must risk a pitched battle, in which the superiority of the Royalists in numbers, in discipline, and equipment seemed to promise to the latter a crowning victory. Without question the plan was ably formed, and had the success of the execution been equal to the ingenuity of the design, the reconquest or submission of the 13 United States must, in all human probability, have followed, and the independence which they proclaimed in 1776 would have been extinguished before it existed a second year. No European power had as yet come forward to aid America. It is true that England was generally regarded with jealousy and ill will, and was thought to have acquired, at the Treaty of Paris, a preponderance of dominion which was perilous to the balance of power; but though many were willing to wound, none had yet ventured to strike, and America, if defeated in 1777, would have been suffered to fall unaided. In Lord Albemarle's Memoirs of the Marquis of Rockingham is contained the following remarkable paper, drawn up by King George III. Himself respecting the plan of Burgoyne's expedition. The original is in the King's own hand. Remarks on the conduct of the war from Canada. The outlines of the plan seem to be on a proper foundation. The rank and file of the army now in Canada, including the 11th Regiment of British, Maclean's Corps, the Brunswicks, and Hanover, amount to 10,527. Add the 11 additional companies and 400 Hanover chasseurs, the total will be 11,443. As sickness and other contingencies must be expected, I should think not above 7,000 effectives can be spared over Lake Champlain, for it would be highly imprudent to run any risk in Canada. The fixing the stations of those left in the province may not be quite right, though the plan proposed may be recommended. Indians must be employed, and this measure must be avowedly directed, and Carleton must be in the strongest manner directed that the Apollo shall be ready by that day to receive Burgoyne. The magazines must be formed with the greatest expedition at Crown Point. If possible, possession must be taken of Lake George, and nothing but an absolute impossibility of succeeding in this can be an excuse for proceeding by South Bay and Skeenborough. As Sir W. Howe does not think of acting from Rhode Island into the Massachusetts, the force from Canada must join him in Albany. The diversion of the Mohawk River ought at least to be strengthened by the addition of the 400 Hanover chasseurs. The ordnance ought to furnish a complete proportion of intrenching tools. The provisions ought to be calculated for a third more than the effective soldiery, and the general order to avoid delivering these when the army can be subsisted by the country. Burgoyne certainly greatly undervalues the German recruits. The idea of carrying the army by sea to Sir W. Howe would certainly require the leaving of a much larger part of it in Canada, as in that case the rebel army would divide that province from the immense one under Sir W. Howe. I greatly dislike this last idea. Burgoyne had gained celebrity by some bold and dashing exploits in Portugal during the last war. He was personally as brave an officer as ever headed British troops. He had considerable skill as a tactician, and his general intellectual abilities and acquirements were of a high order. He had several very able and experienced officers under him, among whom were Major General Phillips and Brigadier General Fraser. His regular troops amounted, exclusively of the Corps of Artillery, to about 7,200 men, rank and file. Nearly half of these were Germans. He had also an auxiliary force of from 2,000 to 3,000 Canadians. He summoned the warriors of several tribes of the Red Indians near the Western Lakes to join his army. Much eloquence was poured forth, both in America and in England, in denouncing the use of these savage auxiliaries. Yet Burgoyne seems to have done no more than Montcalm, Wolfe, and other French, American, and English generals had done before him. But in truth, the lawless ferocity of the Indians, their unskillfulness in regular action, and the utter impossibility of bringing them under any discipline, made their services of little or no value in times of difficulty, while the indignation which their outrage inspired went far to rouse the whole population of the invaded districts into active hostilities against Burgoyne's force. Burgoyne assembled his troops and confederates near the river Bouquet, on the west side of Lake Champlain. He then, on the 21st of June, 1777, gave his Red allies a war feast, and harangued them on the necessity of abstaining from their usual cruel practices against unarmed people and prisoners. At the same time he published a pompous manifesto to the Americans, in which he threatened the refractory with all the honors of war, Indian as well as European. The army proceeded by water to Crown Point, a fortification which the Americans held at the northern extremity of the inlet by which the water from Lake George is conveyed to Lake Champlain. He landed here without opposition, but the reduction of Ticonderoga, a fortification about 12 miles to the south of Crown Point, was a more serious matter, and was supposed to be the critical part of the expedition. Ticonderoga commanded the passage along the lakes, and was considered to be the key to the route which Burgoyne wished to follow. The English had been repulsed in an attack on it in the war with the French in 1768, with severe loss. But Burgoyne now invested it with great skill, and the American General St. Clair, who had only an ill-equipped army of about 3,000 men, evacuated it on the 5th of July. It seems evident that a different course would have caused the destruction or capture of his whole army, which, weak as it was the chief force then in the field for the protection of the New England states. When censured by some of his countrymen for abandoning Ticonderoga, St. Clair truly replied, that he had lost a post but saved a province. Burgoyne's troops pursued the retiring Americans, gained several advantages over them, and took a large part of their artillery and military stores. The loss of the British in these engagements was trifling. The army moved southward along Lake George to Skenesborough, and thence slowly and with great difficulty across a broken country full of creeks and marshes, and clogged by the enemy with felled trees and other obstacles, to Fort Edward on the Hudson River, the American troops continuing to retire before them. Burgoyne reached the left bank of the Hudson River on the 30th of July. Hitherto he had overcome every difficulty which the enemy and the nature of the country had placed in his way. His army was in excellent order and in the highest spirits, and the peril of the expedition seemed over, when they were once on the bank of the river, which was to be the channel of communication between them and the British army in the south. But their feelings, and those of the English nation in general, when their successes were announced, may best be learned from a contemporary writer. Burke, in the Annual Register for 1777, described them thus: "Such was the rapid torrent of success which swept everything away before the Northern army in its onset. It is not to be wondered at if both officers and private men were highly elated with their good fortune, and deemed that their prowess be irresistible, if they regarded their enemy with the greatest contempt, considered their own toils to be nearly at an end, Albany to be already in their hands, and the reduction of the northern provinces be rather a matter of some time than an arduous task full of difficulty and danger." At home the joy and exultation was extreme, not only at court, but with all those who hoped or wished the unqualified subjugation and unconditional submission of the colonies. The loss in reputation was greater to the Americans, and capable of more fatal consequences than even that of ground, of posts, of artillery, or of men. All the contemptuous and most degrading charges which had been made by their enemies, of their wanting the resolution and abilities of men, even in their defense of whatever was dear to them, were now repeated and believed. Those who still regarded them as men, and who had not yet lost all affection to them as brethren, who also retained hopes that a happy reconciliation upon constitutional principles, without sacrificing the dignity or the just authority of government on the one side, or a dereliction of the rights of freemen on the other, was not even now impossible, notwithstanding their favorable dispositions in general, could not help feeling upon this occasion that the Americans sunk not a little in their estimation. It was not difficult to diffuse an opinion that the war in effect was over, and that any further resistance could serve only to render the terms of their submission the worse. Such were some of the immediate effects of the loss of those grand keys of North America, Ticonderoga and the Lakes. The astonishment and alarm which these events produced among the Americans were naturally great, but in the midst of their disasters none of the colonists showed any disposition to submit. The local governments of the New England states, as well as the Congress, acted with vigor and firmness in their efforts to repel the enemy. General Gates was sent to take command of the army at Saratoga, and Arnold, a favorite leader of the Americans, was dispatched by Washington to act under him, with reinforcements of troops and guns from the main American army. Burgoyne's employment of the Indians now produced the worst possible effects. Though he labored hard to check the atrocities which they were accustomed to commit, he could not prevent the occurrence of many barbarous outrages, repugnant both to the feelings of humanity and to the laws of civilized warfare. The American commanders took care that the reports of these excesses should be circulated far and wide, well knowing that they would make the stern New Englanders not droop, but rage. Such was their effect, and though, when each man looked upon his wife, his children, his sisters, or his aged parents, the thought of the merciless Indians thirsting for the blood of man, woman, and child, of the cannibal savage torturing, murdering, roasting, and eating the mangled victims of his barbarous battles, from Lord Chatham's speech on the employment of Indians in war, might raise terror in the bravest breasts, this very terror produced a directly contrary effect to causing submission to the royal army. It was seen that the few friends of the royal cause, as well as its enemies, were liable to be the victims of the indiscriminate rage of the savages. See in the Annual Register for 1777, page 117, the narrative of the murder of Miss McCrae, the daughter of an American loyalist. And thus the inhabitants of the open and frontier countries had no choice of acting. They had no means of security left but by abandoning their habitations and taking up arms. Every man saw the necessity of becoming a temporary soldier, not only for his own security, but for the protection and defense of those connections which are dearer than life itself. Thus an army was poured forth by the woods, mountains, and marshes, which in this part were thickly sown with plantations and villages. The Americans recalled their courage, and when their regular armies seemed to be entirely wasted, the spirit of the country produced a much greater and more formidable force. Burke. End of chapter 13, part 2. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 13, Part 3 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 3. While resolute recruits, accustomed to the use of firearms, and all partially trained by service in the provincial militias, were thus flocking to the standard of Gates and Arnold at Saratoga, and while Burgoyne was engaged at Port Edward in providing the means for the further advance of his army through the intricate and hostile country that still lay before him, two events occurred, in each of which the British sustained loss, and the Americans obtained advantage, the moral effects of which were even more important than the immediate result of the encounters. When Burgoyne left Canada, General Sergeant Ledger was detached from that province with a mixed force of about 1,000 men, and some light field pieces, across Lake Ontario against Fort Stanwix, which the Americans held. After capturing this, he was to march along the Mohawk River to its confluence with the Hudson, between Saratoga and Albany, where his force and that of Burgoyne were to unite. But, after some successes, Sergeant Ledger was obliged to retreat, and to abandon his tents and large quantities of stores to the garrison. At the very time that General Burgoyne heard of this disaster, he experienced one still more severe in the defeat of Colonel Baum with a large detachment of German troops at Bennington, whither Burgoyne had sent for them the purpose of capturing some magazines of provisions, of which the British army stood greatly in need. The Americans, augmented by continual accessions of strength, succeeded, after many attacks, in breaking this corps, which fled into the woods, and left its commander mortally wounded on the field. They then marched against a force of 500 grenadiers and light infantry, which was advancing to Colonel Baum's assistance under Lieutenant Colonel Breyman, who, after a gallant resistance, was obliged to retreat on the main army. The British loss in these two actions exceeded 600 men, and a party of American loyalists, on their way to join the army, having attached themselves to Colonel Baum's corps, were destroyed with it. Notwithstanding these reverses, which added greatly to the spirit and numbers of the American forces, Burgoyne determined to advance. It was impossible any longer to keep up his communications with Canada by way of the lakes, so as to supply his army on his southward march, but having by unremitting exertions collected provisions for 30 days, he crossed the Hudson by means of a bridge of rafts, and, marching a short distance along its western bank, he encamped on the 14th of September on the heights of Saratoga, about 16 miles from Albany. The Americans had fallen back from Saratoga, and were now strongly posted near Stillwater, about halfway between Saratoga and Albany, and showed a determination to recede no farther. Meanwhile Lord Howe, with the bulk of the British army that had lain at New York, had sailed away to the Delaware, and there commenced a campaign against Washington, in which the English general took Philadelphia, and gained other showy but unprofitable successes, but Sir Henry Clinton, a brave and skilful soldier, was left with a considerable force at New York, and he undertook the task of moving up to Hudson to cooperate with Burgoyne. Clinton was obliged for this purpose to wait for reinforcements which had been promised from England, and these did not arrive till September. As soon as he received them, Clinton embarked about 3,000 of his men on a flotilla, convoyed by some ships of war under Commander Hotham, and proceeded to force his way up the river, but it was long before he was able to open any communication with Burgoyne. The country between Burgoyne's position at Saratoga and that of the Americans at Stillwater was rugged, and seamed with creeks and watercourses, but after great labor in making bridges and temporary causeways, the British army moved forward. About 4 miles from Saratoga, on the afternoon of the 19th of September, a sharp encounter took place between part of the English right wing, under Burgoyne himself, and a strong body of the enemy, under Gates and Arnold. The conflict lasted till sunset. The British remained masters of the field, but the loss on each side was nearly equal, from 500 to 600 men, and the spirits of the Americans were greatly raised by having withstood the best regular troops of the English army. Burgoyne now halted again, and strengthened his position by fieldworks and redoubts, and the Americans also improved their defences. The two armies remained nearly within cannon shot of each other for a considerable time, during which Burgoyne was anxiously looking for intelligence of the promised expedition from New York, which, according to the original plan, ought by this time to have been approaching Albany from the south. At last, a messenger from Clinton made his way, with great difficulty, to Burgoyne's camp, and brought the information that Clinton was on his way up the Hudson to attack the American forts which barred the passage up that river to Albany. Burgoyne, in reply, on the 30th of September, urged Clinton to attack the forts as speedily as possible, stating that the effect of such an attack, or even the semblance of it, would be to move the American army from its position before his own troops. By another messenger, who had reached Clinton on the 5th of October, Burgoyne informed his brother general that he had lost his communications with Canada, but had provisions which would last him till the 20th. Burgoyne described himself as strongly posted, and stated that though the Americans in front of him were strongly posted also, he made no doubt of being able to force them, and making his way to Albany, but that he doubted whether he could subsist there, as the country was drained of provisions. He wished Clinton to meet him there, and to keep open a communication with New York. See the letters of General Clinton to General Harvey, published by Lord Albemarle in his Memoirs of the Marquis of Rockingham, Volume 2, page 335, ET-SEQ. Burgoyne had overestimated his resources, and in the very beginning of October found difficulty and distress pressing him hard. The Indians and Canadians began to desert him, while, on the other hand, Gates's army was continually reinforced by fresh bodies of the militia. An expeditionary force was detached by the Americans, which made a bold, though unsuccessful, attempt to retake Ticonderoga. And finding the number and spirit of the enemy to increase daily, and his own stores of provision to diminish, Burgoyne determined on attacking the Americans in front of him, and by dislodging them from their position, to gain the means of moving upon Albany, or at least of relieving his troops from the straitened position in which they were cooped up. Burgoyne's force was now reduced to less than 6,000 men. The right of his camp was on some high ground a little west of the river. Thence his entrenchments extended along the lower ground to the bank of the Hudson, the line of their fort being nearly at a right angle with the course of the stream. The lines were fortified with redoubts and fieldworks, and on a height on the bank of the extreme right a strong redoubt was reared, and entrenchments, in a horseshoe form, thrown up. The Hessians, under Colonel Breyman, were stationed here, forming a flank defence to Burgoyne's main army. The numerical force of the Americans was now greater than the British even in regular troops, and the numbers of the militia and volunteers which had joined Gates and Arnold were greater still. General Lincoln, with 2,000 New England troops, had reached the American camp on the 29th of September. Gates gave him the command of the right wing, and took in person the command of the left wing, which was composed of 2 brigades under Generals Poor and Leonard, of Colonel Morgan's Rifle Corps, and part of the fresh New England militia. The whole of the American lines had been ably fortified under the direction of the celebrated Polish general, Kosciuszko, who was now serving as a volunteer in Gates's army. The right of the American position, that is to say, the part of it nearest to the river, was too strong to be assailed with any prospect of success, and Burgoyne therefore determined to endeavour to force their left. For this purpose he formed a column of 1,500 regular troops, with 2 12-pounders, 2 howitzers, and 6 6-pounders. He headed in this position, having Generals Phillips, Reidesel, and Fraser under him. The enemy's force immediately in front of his lines was so strong that he dared not weaken the troops who guarded them by detaching any more to strengthen his column of attack. It was on the 7th of October that Burgoyne led his column forward, and on the preceding day, the 6th, Clinton had successfully executed a brilliant enterprise against the 2 American forts which barred his progress up the Hudson. He had captured them both, with severe loss to the American forces opposed to him. He had destroyed the fleet which the Americans had been forming on the Hudson, under the protection of their forts, and the upward river was laid open to his squadron. He had also, with admirable skill and industry, collected in small vessels, such as could float within a few miles of Albany, provisions sufficient to supply Burgoyne's army for 6 months. See Clinton's letters in Lord Albemarle, page 337. He was now only 156 miles distant from Burgoyne, and a detachment of 1,700 men actually advanced within 40 miles of Albany. Unfortunately, Burgoyne and Clinton were each ignorant of the other's movements, but if Burgoyne had won his battle on the 7th, he must on advancing have soon learned the tidings of Clinton's success, and Clinton would have heard of his. A junction would soon have been made of the 2 victorious armies, and the great objects of the campaign might yet have been accomplished. All depended on the fortune of the column with which Burgoyne, on the eventful 7th of October, 1777, advanced against the American position. There were brave men, both English and German, in its ranks, and in particular it comprised one of the best bodies of grenadiers in the British service. I am indebted for many of the details of the battle to Mr. Lossing's Field Book of the Revolution. Burgoyne pushed forward some bodies of irregular troops to distract the enemy's attention, and led his column to within 3/4 of a mile from the left of Gates's camp, and then deployed his men into line. The grenadiers under Major Ackland and the artillery under Major Williams were drawn up on the left. A corps of Germans under General Riedesel and some British troops under General Phillips were in the centre, and the English light infantry and the 24th Regiment under Lord Balcarres and General Fraser were on the right. But Gates did not wait to be attacked, and directly the British line was formed and began to advance, the American general, with admirable skill, caused General Poor's brigade of New York and New Hampshire troops, and part of General Leonard's brigade, to make a sudden and vehement rush against its left, and at the same time sent Colonel Morgan, with his rifle corps and other troops, amounting to 1,500, to turn the right of the English. The grenadiers under Ackland sustained the charge of superior numbers nobly, but Gates sent more Americans forward, and in a few minutes the action became general along the centre, so as to prevent the Germans from detaching any help to the grenadiers. Morgan, with his riflemen, was now pressing Lord Balcarres and General Fraser hard, and fresh masses of the enemy were observed advancing from their extreme left, with the evident intention of forcing the British right and cutting off its retreat. The English light infantry and the 24th now fell back, and formed an oblique second line, which enabled them to baffle this manoeuvre, and also to succour their comrades in the left wing, the gallant grenadiers, who were overpowered by superior numbers, and, but for this aid, must have been cut to pieces. The contest now was fiercely maintained on both sides. The English cannon were repeatedly taken and retaken, but when the grenadiers near them were forced back by the weight of superior numbers, one of the guns was permanently captured by the Americans, and turned upon the English. Major Williams and Major Ackland were both made prisoners, and in this part of the field the advantage of the Americans was declared. The British centre still held its ground, but now it was that the American General Arnold appeared on the scene, and did more for his countrymen than whole battalions could have effected. Arnold, when the decisive engagement of the 7th of October commenced, had been deprived of his command by Gates, in consequence of a quarrel between them about the action of the 19th of September. He had listened for a short time in the American camp to the thunder of the battle, in which he had no military right to take part, either as commander or as combatant. But his excited spirit could not long endure such a state of inaction. He called for his horse, a powerful brown charger, and springing upon it, galloped furiously to where the fight seemed to be the thickest. Gates saw him, and sent an aide-de-camp to recall him, but Arnold spurred far in advance, and placed himself at the head of the 3 regiments which had formerly been under him, and which welcomed their old commander with joyous cheers. He led them instantly upon the British centre, and then galloping along the American line, he issued orders for a renewed and a closer attack, which were obeyed with alacrity, Arnold himself setting the example of the most daring personal bravery, and charging more than once, sword in hand, into the English ranks. On the British side the officers did their duty nobly, but General Fraser was the most eminent of them all, restoring order wherever the line began to waver, and infusing fresh courage into his men by voice and example. Mounted on an iron-grey charger, and dressed in the full uniform of a general officer, he was conspicuous to foes as well as to friends. The American Colonel Morgan thought that the fate of the battle rested on this gallant man's life, and calling several of his best marksmen round him, pointed Fraser out, and said, "That officer is General Fraser. I admire him, but he must die. Our victory depends on it. Take your stations in that clump of bushes, and do your duty." Within 5 minutes Fraser fell mortally wounded, and was carried to the British camp by 2 grenadiers. Just previously to his being struck by the fatal bullet, one rifle ball had cut the crupper of his saddle, and smother had passed through his horse's mane close behind the ears. His aide-de-camp had noticed this, and said, "It is evident that you are marked out for particular aim. Would it not be prudent for you to retire from this place?" Fraser replied, "My duty forbids me to fly from danger," and the next moment he fell. Lossing. End of chapter 13, part 3.
Chapter 13, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter XIII. Part 4. Burgoyne's whole force was now compelled to retreat towards their camp. The left and center were in complete disorder, but the light infantry and the 24th checked the fury of the assailants, and the remains of the column with great difficulty effected their return to their camp, leaving 6 of their cannons in the possession of the enemy, and great numbers of killed and wounded on the field, and especially a large proportion of the artillerymen, who had stood to their guns until shot down or bayoneted beside them by the advancing Americans. Burgoyne's column had been defeated, but the action was not yet over. The English had scarcely entered the camp when the Americans, pursuing their success, assaulted it in several places with remarkable impetuosity, rushing in upon the entrenchments and redoubts through a severe fire of grape shot and musketry. Arnold especially, who on this day appeared maddened with the thirst of combat and carnage, urged on the attack against a part of the entrenchments which was occupied by the light infantry under Lord Balcarres. Botta's American War, Book 8. But the English received him with vigor and spirit. The struggle here was obstinate and sanguinary. At length, as it grew towards evening, Arnold, having forced all obstacles, entered the works with some of the most fearless of his followers. But in this critical moment of glory and danger, he received a painful wound in the same leg which had already been injured at the assault on Quebec. To his bitter regret, he was obliged to be carried back. His party still continued the attack, but the English also continued their obstinate resistance, and at last night fell, and the assailants withdrew from this quarter of the British entrenchments. But in another part the attack had been more successful. A body of the Americans, under Colonel Brooke, forced their way in through a part of the horseshoe entrenchments on the extreme right, which was defended by the Hessian reserve under Colonel Breyman. The Germans resisted well, and Breyman died in defense of his post, but the Americans made good the ground which they had won, and captured baggage, tents, artillery, and a store of ammunition which they were greatly in need of. They had, by establishing themselves on this point, acquired the means of completely turning the right flank of the British and gaining their rear. To prevent this calamity, Burgoyne effected during the night an entire change of position. With great skill he removed his whole army to some heights near the river, a little northward of the former camp, and he there drew up his men, expecting to be attacked on the following day. But Gates was resolved not to risk the certain triumph which his success had already secured for him. He harassed the English with skirmishes, but attempted no regular attack. Meanwhile he detached bodies of troops on both sides of the Hudson to prevent the British from recrossing that river, and to bar their retreat. When night fell, it became absolutely necessary for Burgoyne to retire again, and accordingly the troops were marched through a stormy and rainy night towards Saratoga, abandoning their sick and wounded, and the greater part of their baggage, to the enemy. Before the rear guard quitted the camp, the last sad honors were paid to the brave General Fraser, who expired on the day after the action. He had, almost with his last breath, expressed a wish to be buried in the redoubt which had formed the part of the British lines where he had been stationed, but which had now been abandoned by the English, and was within full range of the cannon which the advancing Americans were rapidly placing in position to bear upon Burgoyne's force. Burgoyne resolved, nevertheless, to comply with the dying wish of his comrade, and the interment took place under circumstances the most affecting that have ever marked a soldier's funeral. Still more interesting is the narrative of Lady Ackland's passage from the British to the American camp after the battle to share the captivity and alleviate the sufferings of her husband, who had been severely wounded and left in the enemy's power. The American historian Lossing has described both these touching episodes of the campaign in a spirit that does honor to the writer as well as to his subject. After narrating the death of General Fraser on the 8th of October, he says that, "It was just at sunset on that calm October evening that the corpse of General Fraser was carried up the hill to the place of burial within the great redoubt. It was attended only by the military members of his family and Mr. Brudenell, the chaplain, yet the eyes of hundreds of both armies followed the solemn procession, while the Americans, ignorant of its true character, kept up a constant cannonade upon the redoubt. The chaplain, unawed by the danger to which he was exposed, as the cannon balls that struck the hill threw the loose soil over him, pronounced the impressive funeral service of the Church of England with an unfaltering voice. The growing darkness added solemnity to the scene. Suddenly the irregular firing ceased, and the solemn voice of a single cannon, at measured intervals, boomed along the valley, and awakened the responses of the hills. It was a minute gun fired by the Americans in honor of the gallant dead. The moment the information was given that the gathering at the redoubt was a funeral company, fulfilling at imminent peril the last breath wishes of the noble Fraser, orders were issued to withhold the cannonade with balls, and to render military homage to the fallen brave. The case of Major Ackland and his heroic wife presents kindred features. He belonged to the Grenadiers, and was an accomplished soldier. His wife accompanied him to Canada in 1776, and during the whole campaign of that year, and until his return to England after the surrender of Burgoyne in the autumn of 1777, endured all the hardships, dangers, and privations of an active campaign in an enemy's country. At Chambly, on the Sorel, she attended him in illness, in a miserable hut, and when he was wounded in the battle of Hubbardton, Vermont, she hastened to him at Hennesboro from Montreal, where she had been persuaded to remain, and resolved to follow the army hereafter. Just before crossing the Hudson, she and her husband had had a narrow escape from losing their lives in consequence of their tent accidentally taking fire. During the terrible engagement of the 7th October, she heard all the tumult and dreadful thunder of the battle in which her husband was engaged, and when, on the morning of the 8th, the British fell back in confusion to their new position, she, with the other women, was obliged to take refuge among the dead and dying, for the tents were all struck, and hardly a shed was left standing. Her husband was wounded, and a prisoner in the American camp. That gallant officer was shot through both legs. When Poor and Learned's troops assaulted the grenadiers and artillery on the British left, on the afternoon of the 7th, Wilkinson, Gates's adjutant general, while pursuing the flying enemy when they abandoned their battery, heard a feeble voice exclaim, "Protect me, sir, against that boy!" He turned and saw a lad with a musket taking a deliberate aim at a wounded British officer, lying in a corner of a low fence. Wilkinson ordered the boy to desist, and discovered the wounded man to be Major Ackland. He had him conveyed to the quarters of General Poor, now the residence of Mr. Neilson, on the heights, where every attention was paid to his wants. When the intelligence that he was wounded and a prisoner reached his wife, She was greatly distressed, and, by the advice of her friend Baron Riedesel, resolved to visit the American camp and implore the favor of a personal attendance upon her husband. On the 9th she sent a message to Burgoyne, by Lord Petersham, his aide-de-camp, asking permission to depart. "Though I was ready to believe," says Burgoyne, "that patience and fortitude in a supreme degree were to be found, as well as every other virtue, under the most tender forms, I was astonished at this proposal, after so long an agitation of spirits, exhausted not only for want of rest, but absolutely want of food, drenched in rain for 12 hours together, that a woman should be capable of such an undertaking as delivering herself to an enemy, probably in the night, and uncertain of what hands she might fall into, appeared an effort above human nature. The assistance I was able to give was small indeed. I had not even a cup of wine to offer her. All I could furnish her with was an open boat, and a few lines, written upon dirty wet paper, to General Gates, recommending her to his protection." The following is a copy of the note sent by Burgoyne to General Gates. "Sir, Lady Harriet Ackland, a lady of the first distinction of family, rank, and personal virtues, is under such concern on account of Major Ackland, her husband, wounded and a prisoner in your hands, that I cannot refuse her request to commit her to your protection. Whatever general impropriety there may be in persons of my situation and yours to solicit favors, I cannot see the uncommon perseverance in every female grace, and the exaltation of character of this lady, and her very hard fortune, without testifying that your attentions to her will lay me under obligations. I am, sir, your obedient servant, J. Burgoyne." She set out in an open boat upon the Hudson, accompanied by Mr. Brunel, the chaplain, Sarah Pollard, her waiting maid, and her husband's valet, who had been severely wounded while searching for his master upon the battlefield. It was about sunset when they started, and a violent storm of rain and wind, which had been increasing since the morning, rendered the voyage tedious and perilous in the extreme. It was long after dark when they reached the American outposts. The sentinel heard their oars and hailed them. Lady Harriet returned the answer herself. The clear, silvery tones of a woman's voice amid the darkness filled the soldier on duty with superstitious fear, and he called a comrade to accompany him to the river bank. The errand of the voyagers was made known, but the faithful guard, apprehensive of treachery, would not allow them to land until they sent for Major Dearborn. They were invited by that officer to his quarters, where every attention was paid to them, and Lady Harriet was comforted by the joyful tidings that her husband was safe. In the morning she experienced parental tenderness from General Gates, who sent her to her husband at Poor's quarters under a suitable escort. There she remained until he was removed to Albany." Burgoyne now took up his last position on the heights near Saratoga, and hemmed in by the enemy, who refused any encounter, and baffled in all his attempts at finding a path of escape, he there lingered until famine compelled him to capitulate. The fortitude of the British army during this melancholy period has been justly eulogized by many native historians, but I prefer quoting the testimony of a foreign writer, as free from all possible partiality. Botta says, Botta, Book 8, "It exceeds the power of words to describe the pitiable condition to which the British army was now reduced. The troops were worn down by a series of toil, privation, sickness, and desperate fighting. They were abandoned by the Indians and the Canadians, and the effective force of the whole army was now diminished by repeated and heavy losses, which had principally fallen on the best soldiers and the most distinguished officers, from 10,000 combatants to less than one half that number. Of this remnant, little more than 3,000 were English. In these circumstances, and thus weakened, they were invested by an army of 4 times their own number, whose position extended 3 parts of a circle round them, who refused to fight them, as knowing their weakness, and who, from the nature of the ground, could not be attacked in any part. In this helpless condition, obliged to be constantly under arms, while the enemy's cannon played on every part of their camp, and even the American rifle balls whistled in many parts of the lines, the troops of Burgoyne retained their customary firmness, and, while sinking under a hard necessity, they showed themselves worthy of a better fate. They could not be reproached with an action or a word which betrayed a want of temper or of fortitude." At length the 13th of October arrived, and as no prospect of assistance appeared, and the provisions were nearly exhausted, Burgoyne, by the unanimous advice of a council of war, sent a messenger to the American camp to treat of a convention. General Gates, in the first instance, demanded that the royal army should surrender prisoners of war. He also proposed that the British should ground their arms. Burgoyne replied, "This article is inadmissible in every extremity. Sooner than this army will consent to ground their arms in their encampment, they will rush on the enemy, determined to take no quarter." After various messages, a convention for the surrender of the army was settled, which provided that "the troops under General Burgoyne were to march out of their camp with the honors of war, and the artillery of the intrenchments to the verge of the river, where the arms and artillery were to be left, the arms to be piled by word of command from their own officers. A free passage was to be granted to the army under Lieutenant General Burgoyne to Great Britain, upon condition of not serving again in North America during the present contest." The articles of capitulation were settled on the 15th of October, and on that very evening a messenger arrived from Clinton with an account of his successes, and with the tidings that part of his force had penetrated as far as Esopus, within 50 miles of Burgoyne's camp. But it was too late. The public faith was pledged, and the army was indeed too debilitated by fatigue and hunger to resist an attack if made, and Gates certainly would have made it if the convention had been broken off. Accordingly, on the 17th, the convention of Saratoga was carried into effect. By this convention, 5,790 men surrendered themselves as prisoners. The sick and wounded left in the camp when the British retreated to Saratoga, together with the numbers of the British, German, and Canadian troops who were killed, wounded, or taken, and who had deserted in the preceding part of the expedition, were reckoned to be 4,689. The British sick and wounded who had fallen into the hands of the Americans after the battle of the 7th were treated with exemplary humanity, and when the convention was executed, General Gates showed a noble delicacy of feeling which deserves the highest degree of honor. Every circumstance was avoided which would give the appearance of triumph. The American troops remained within their lines until the British had piled their arms, and when this was done, the vanquished officers and soldiers were received with friendly kindness by their victors, and their immediate wants were promptly and liberally supplied. Discussions and disputes afterwards arose as to some of the terms of the convention, and the American Congress refused for a long time to carry into effect the article which provided for the return of Burgoyne's men to Europe. But no blame was imputable to General Gates or his army, who showed themselves to be generous as they had proved themselves to be brave. Gates, after the victory, immediately dispatched Colonel Wilkinson to carry the happy tidings to Congress. On being introduced into the hall, he said, quote, "The whole British army has laid down its arms at Saratoga. Our own, full of vigor and courage, expect your order. It is for your wisdom to decide where the country may still have need for their service." End quote. Honors and rewards were liberally voted by the Congress to their conquering general and his men, and it would be difficult, says the Italian historian, "to describe the transports of joy which the news of this event excited among the Americans. They began to flatter themselves with a still more happy future. No one any longer felt any doubt about their achieving their independence. All hoped, and with good reason, that a success of this importance would at length determine France and the other European powers that waited for her example to declare themselves in favor of America. There could no longer be any question respecting the future, since there was no longer the risk of espousing the cause of a people too feeble to defend themselves." End quote. The truth of this was soon displayed in the conduct of France. When the news arrived at Paris of the capture of Ticonderoga, and of the victorious march of Burgoyne towards Albany, events which seemed decisive in favor of the English, instructions had been immediately dispatched to Nantes and the other ports of the kingdom that no American privateers should be suffered to enter them, except from indispensable necessity, as to repair their vessels, to obtain provisions, or to escape the perils of the sea. The American commissioners at Paris, in their disgust and despair, had almost broken off all negotiations with the French government, and they even endeavored to open communications with the British ministry. But the British government, elated with the first successes of Burgoyne, refused to listen to any overtures for accommodation. But when the news of Saratoga reached Paris, the whole scene was changed. Franklin and his brother commissioners found all their difficulties with the French government vanish. The time seemed to have arrived for the House of Bourbon to take a full revenge for all its humiliations and losses in previous wars. In December, a treaty was arranged and formally signed in the February following, by which France acknowledged the independent United States of America. This was, of course, tantamount to a declaration of war with England. Spain soon followed France, and before long Holland took the same course. Largely aided by French fleets and troops, the Americans vigorously maintained the war against the armies which England, in spite of her European foes, continued to send across the Atlantic. But the struggle was too unequal to be maintained by this country for many years, and when the treaties of 1783 restored peace to the world, the independence of the United States was reluctantly recognized by their ancient parent and recent enemy, England. Synopsis of events between the defeat of Burgoyne at Saratoga, 1777, and the Battle of Valmy, 1792. A.D. 1781. Surrender of Lord Cornwallis and the British army to Washington. 1782. Rodney's victory over the Spanish fleet, Unsuccessful siege of Gibraltar by the Spaniards and French. 1783. End of the American War. 1788. The States General are convened in France. Beginning of the Revolution. End of Chapter 13, Part 4. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 14, Part 1. The Battle of Valmy. Purpure mittunt tyranni, injurioso ne pede proros, stantem columnum, noe populus frequens, ad arma cessentes ad arma, concedet, imperium que frangat. Hora. O.D. I. 35. A little fire is quickly trodden out, which, being suffered, rivers cannot quench. Shakespeare. A few miles distant from the little town of Saint Menold, in the northeast of France, are the village and hill of Valmy, and near the crest of that hill a simple monument points out the burial place of the heart of a general of the French Republic and a marshal of the French Empire. The elder Kellerman, father of the distinguished officer of that name, whose cavalry charge decided the battle of Marengo, held high commands in the French armies throughout the wars of the Convention, the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire. He survived those wars and the Empire itself, dying in extreme old age in 1820. The last wish of the veteran on his deathbed was that his heart should be deposited in the battlefield of Valmy, there to repose among the remains of his old companions in arms who had fallen at his side on that spot 28 years before, on the memorable day when they won the primal victory of revolutionary France, and prevented the armies of Brunswick and the emigrant bands of Conde from marching on defenceless Paris and destroying the immature democracy in its cradle. The Duke of Valmy, for Kellerman, when made one of Napoleon's military peers in 1802, took his title for the same battlefield, had participated, during his long and active career, in the gaining of many a victory far more immediately dazzling than the one, the remembrance of which he thus cherished. He had been present at many a scene of carnage where blood flowed in deluges, compared with which the libations of slaughter poured out at Valmy would have seemed scant and insignificant. But he rightly estimated the paramount importance of the battle with which he thus wished his appellation while living, and his memory after his death, to be identified. The successful resistance which the new Carmagnole levies, and the disorganized relics of the old monarchy's army, then opposed to the combined hosts and chosen leaders of Prussia, Austria, and the French refugee noblesse, determined at once and for ever the belligerent character of the revolution. The raw artisans and tradesmen, the clumsy burghers, the base mechanics, and the low peasant churls, as it had been the fashion to term the middle and lower classes in France, found that they could face cannon balls, pull triggers, and cross bayonets, without having been drilled into military machines, and without being officered by scions of noble houses. They awoke to the consciousness of their own instinctive soldiership. They at once acquired confidence in themselves and in each other, and that confidence soon grew into a spirit of unbounded audacity and ambition. From the cannonade of Valmy may be dated the commencement of that career of victory which carried their armies to Vienna and the Kremlin. Alison. One of the gravest reflections that arises from the contemplation of civil restlessness and the military enthusiasm which the close of the last century saw nationalized in France is the consideration that these disturbing influences may become perpetual. No settled system of government that shall endure from generation to generation, that shall be proof against corruption and popular violence, seems capable of taking root among the French, and every revolutionary movement in Paris thrills throughout the rest of the world. Even the successes which the powers allied against France gained in 1814 and 1815, important as they were, could not annul the effects of the preceding 23 years of general convulsion and war. In 1830, the dynasty which foreign bayonets had imposed on France was shaken off, and men trembled at the expected outbreak of French anarchy and the dreaded inroads of French ambition. They looked forward with harassing anxiety to a period of destruction similar to that which the Roman world experienced about the middle of the third century of our era. Footnote: see Niebuhr's preface of the second volume of History of Rome, written in October 1830. End of footnote. Louis Philippe cajoled revolution, and then strove with seeming success to stifle it. But in spite of Fieschi laws, in spite of the dazzle of Algerian razzias and Pyrenees effacing marriages, in spite of hundreds of armed forts and hundreds of thousands of coercing troops, revolution lived and struggled to get free. The old Titan spirit heaved restlessly beneath the monarchy based on republican institutions. At last, 4 years ago, the whole fabric of kingcraft was at once rent and scattered to the winds by the uprising of the Parisian democracy, and the insurrections, barricades, and dethronements, the downfall of coronets and crowns, the armed collision of parties, systems, and populations, became the commonplaces of recent European history. France now calls herself a republic. She first assumed that title on the 20th of September 1792, on the very day on which the battle of Valmy was fought and won. To that battle the democratic spirit which in 1848, as well as in 1792, proclaimed the Republic in Paris, owed its preservation, and it is thence that the imperishable activity of its principles may be dated. Far different seemed the prospects of democracy in Europe on the eve of that battle, and far different would have been the present position and influence of the French nation if Brunswick's columns had charged with more boldness, or the lions of Dumouriez resisted with less firmness. When France, in 1792, declared war with the great powers of Europe, she was far from possessing that splendid military organization which the experience of few revolutionary campaigns taught her to assume, and which she has never abandoned. The army of the old monarchy had, during the latter part of the reign of Louis XV, sank into gradual decay, both in numerical force and in efficiency of equipment and spirit. The laurels gained by the auxiliary regiments, which Louis XVI sent to the American war, did but little to restore the general tone of the army. The insubordination and license which the revolt of the French guards, and the participation of other troops in many of the first excesses of the revolution introduced among the soldiery, were soon rapidly disseminated through all the ranks. Under the legislative assembly, every complaint of the soldier against his officer, however frivolous or ill founded, was listened to with eagerness, and investigated with partiality. Of the principles of liberty and equality, discipline accordingly became more and more relaxed, and the dissolution of several of the old corps, under the pretext of their being tainted with an aristocratic feeling, aggravated the confusion and inefficiency of the war department. Many of the most effective regiments during the last period of the monarchy had consisted of foreigners. These had either been slaughtered in defense of the throne against insurrections, like the Swiss, or had been disbanded and had crossed the frontier to recruit the forces which were assembling for the invasion of France. Above all, the emigration of the noblesse had stripped the French army of nearly all its officers of high rank and of greatest portion of its subalterns. More than 12,000 of high-born youth of France had been trained to regard military command as their exclusive patrimony, and to whom the nation had been accustomed to look up as its natural guides and champions in the storm of war, were now marshalled beneath the banner of Conde and other emigrant princes for the overthrow of the French armies and the reduction of the French capital. Their successors in the French regiments and brigades had as yet acquired neither skill nor experience. They possessed neither self reliance nor the respect of the men who were under them. Such was the state of the wrecks of the old army, but the bulk of the forces with which France began the war consisted of raw insurrectionary levies, which were even less to be depended on. The Carmagnoles, as the revolutionary volunteers were called, flocked indeed readily to the frontier from every department when the war was proclaimed, and the fierce leaders of the Jacobins shouted that the country was in danger. They were full of zeal and courage, heated and excited by the scenes of the Revolution, and inflamed by the florid eloquence, the songs, dances, and signal words with which it had been celebrated. [Footnote: Scott, Life of Napoleon, Volume 1, Chapter 8.] End of footnote. But they were utterly undisciplined and turbulently impatient of superior authority or systematical control. Many ruffians, also, who were suited with participation in the most sanguinary horrors of Paris, joined the camps, and were pre eminent alike for misconduct before the enemy and for savage insubordination against their own officers. On one occasion, during the campaign of Valmy, 8 battalions of federates, intoxicated with massacre and sedition, joined the forces under Dumouriez, and soon threatened to uproot all discipline, saying openly that the ancient officers were traitors, and it was necessary to purge the army, as they had Paris, of its aristocrats. Dumouriez posted these battalions apart from the others, placed a strong force of cavalry behind them, and 2 pieces of cannon on their flank. Then, affecting to review them, he halted at the head of the line, surrounded by all his staff and an escort of 100 hussars. "Fellows," said he, "for I will not call you either citizens or soldiers, you see before you this artillery, behind you this cavalry. You are stained with crimes, and I do not tolerate here assassins or executioners. I know that there are scoundrels amongst you, charged to excite you to crime. Drive them from amongst you, or denounce them to me, for I shall hold you responsible for their conduct." [Footnote: Lamartine. End of footnote.] One of our recent historians of the Revolution, who narrates this incident, Carlyle, thus apostrophizes the French general: "Patience, O Dumouriez! This uncertain leap of shriekers, mutineers, where they once drilled or inured, will become a phalanxed mass of fighters, and wheel and will to order swiftly, like the wind of the whirlwind, tanned mustachio figures, often barefoot, even barebacked, with sinews of iron, who require only bread and gunpowder, very sons of fire, the adroitest, hastiest, hottest, ever seen perhaps since Attila's time." Such phalanxed masses of fighters did the Carmagnoles ultimately become, but France ran a fearful risk in being obliged to rely on them when the process of their transmutation had barely commenced. The first events, indeed, of the war were disastrous and disgraceful to France, even beyond what might have been expected from the chaotic state in which it found her armies as well as her government. In the hopes of profiting by the unprepared state of Austria, then the mistress of the Netherlands, the French opened the campaign of 1792 by an invasion of Flanders, with forces whose muster rolls showed a numerical overwhelming superiority to the enemy, and seemed to promise a speedy conquest of that old battlefield of Europe. But the first flash of an Austrian sabre, or the first sound of an Austrian gun, was enough to discomfit the French. Their first corps, 4,000 strong, that advanced from Lille across the frontier, came suddenly upon a far inferior detachment of the Austrian garrison of Tournay. Not a shot was fired, not a bayonet levelled. With one simultaneous cry of panic, the French broke and ran headlong back to Lille, where they completed the specimen of insubordination which they had given in the field, by murdering their general and several of their chief officers. On the same day, another division under Biron, mustering 10,000 sabres and bayonets, saw a few Austrian skirmishers reconnoitring their position. The French advanced posts had scarcely given and received a volley, and only a few balls from the enemy's field pieces had fallen among their lines, when two regiments of French dragoons raised the cry, "We are betrayed!" galloped off, and were followed in disgraceful rout by the rest of the whole army. Similar panics, or repulses almost equally discreditable, occurred whenever Rochambeau, or Luckner, or Lafayette, the earliest French generals in the war, brought their troops into the presence of the enemy. Meanwhile, the allied sovereigns had gradually collected on the Rhine a veteran and finely disciplined army for the invasion of France, which for numbers, equipment, and martial renown, both of generals and men, was equal to any that Germany had ever sent forth to conquer. Their design was to strike boldly and decisively at the heart of France, and penetrating the country through the Ardennes, to proceed by Chalons upon Paris. The obstacles that lay in their way seemed insignificant. The disorder and imbecility of the French armies had been even augmented by the forced flight of Lafayette and a sudden change of generals. The only troops posted on or near the track by which the Allies were about to advance were the 23,000 men at Sedan, whom Lafayette had commanded, and a corps of 20,000 near Metz, the command of which had just been transferred from Luckner to Kellerman. There were only three fortresses which it was necessary for the Allies to capture or mask: Sedan, Longwy, and Verdun. The defences and stores of these three were known to be wretchedly dismantled and insufficient, and when once these feeble barriers were overcome and Chalons reached, a fertile and unprotected country seemed to invite the invaders to that military promenade to Paris, which they gaily talked of accomplishing. At the end of July, the allied army, having completed all preparations for the campaign, broke up its cantonments, and marching from Luxembourg upon Longwy, crossed the French frontier. 80,000 Prussians, trained in school, and many of them under the eye of great Frederick, heirs of the glories of the 7 Years' War, and universally esteemed the best troops in Europe, marched in one column against the central point of attack. 45,000 Austrians, the greater part of whom were picked troops, and had served in the recent Turkish war, supplied two formidable corps that supported the flanks of the Prussians. There was also a powerful body of Hessians, and leagued with Germans against the Parisian democracy, came 15,000 of the noblest and bravest among the sons of France. In these corps of emigrants, many of the highest born of the French nobility, scions of houses whose chivalric trophies had for centuries filled Europe with renown, served as rank and file. They looked on the road to Paris as the path which they were to carve out of their swords to victory, to honour, to the rescue of their king, to reunion with their families, to the recovery of their patrimony, and to the restoration of their order. [Footnote: See Scott, Life of Napoleon, Volume 1, Chapter 11.] End of footnote. Over this imposing army the allied sovereigns placed as the generalissimo the Duke of Brunswick, one of the minor reigning princes of Germany, a statesman of no mean capacity, and had acquired in the 7 Years' War a military reputation second only to that of great Frederick himself. He had been deputed a few years before to quell the popular movements which then took place in Holland, and he had put down the attempted revolution in that country with a promptitude and completeness which appeared to augur equal success to the army that now marched under his order on a similar mission into France. Moving majestically forward with leisurely deliberation that seemed to show the consciousness of superior strength and a steady purpose of doing their work thoroughly, the Allies appeared before Longwy on the 20th of August, and the dispirited and dependent garrison opened the gates of that fortress to them after the first shower of bombs. On 2nd of September, the still more important stronghold of Verdun capitulated after scarcely the shadow of resistance. Brunswick's superior force was now interposed between Kellerman's troops on the left and the other French army near Sedan, which Lafayette's flight had, for the time, left destitute of a commander. It was in the power of the German general, by striking with an overwhelming mass to the right and left, to crush in succession each of these weak armies, and the Allies might have marched irresistible and unresisted upon Paris. But at this crisis Dumouriez, the new commander in chief of the French, arrived at the camp near Sedan, and commenced a series of movements by which he reunited the dispersed and disorganized forces of his country, checked the Prussian columns at the very moment when the last obstacles of their triumph seemed to have given way, and finally rolled back the tide of invasion far across the enemy's frontier. The French fortresses had fallen, but nature herself still offered to brave and vigorous defenders of the land the means of opposing a barrier to the progress of the Allies. A ridge of broken ground, called the Argonne, extends from the vicinity of Sedan towards the southwest for about 15 or 16 leagues. The country of L'argonne has now been cleared and drained, but in 1792 it was thickly wooded, and lower portions of its unequal surface were filled with rivulets and marshes. It thus presented a natural barrier of form 4 to 5 leagues broad, which was absolutely impenetrable to an army, except by a few defiles, such as an inferior force might easily fortify and defend. Dumouriez succeeded in marching his army down from Sedan behind the Argonne, and in occupying its passes, while Prussians still lingered on the northeastern side of the forest line. Ordering Kellerman to wheel round from Metz to Saint Menold, and the reinforcements from the interior and extreme north also to concentrate at that spot, Dumouriez trusted to assemble a powerful force in the rear of the southwest extremity of the Argonne, while, with the 25,000 men under his immediate command, he held the enemy at bay before the passes, and forced him to a long circumvolution round one extremity of forest ridge, during which favourable opportunities of assailing his flank were almost certain to occur. Dumouriez fortified the principal defiles, and boasted of the Thermopylae which he had found for the invaders, but the simile was nearly rendered fatally complete for the defending force. A pass, which was thought of inferior importance, had been but slightly manned, and an Austrian corps under Clarfeld forced it after some sharp fighting. Dumouriez with great difficulty saved himself from being enveloped and destroyed by the hostile columns that now pushed through the forest. But instead of despairing at the failure of his plans, and falling back into the interior to be completely severed from Kellerman's army, to be hunted as a fugitive under the walls of Paris by the victorious Germans, and to lose all chance of ever rallying his dispirited troops, he resolved to cling to the difficult country in which the armies were still grouped, to force a junction with Kellerman, and to place himself at the head of a force which the invaders would not dare to disregard, and by which he might drag them back from the advance on Paris, which he had not been able to bar, accordingly by a rapid movement to the south, during which, in his own words, France was within a hair's breadth of destruction, and after, with difficulty, checking several panics of his troops, in which they ran by thousands at the sight of a few Prussian hussars, Dumouriez succeeded in establishing his headquarters in a strong position at St. Menehould, protected by the marshes and shallows of the river Easton and Ob, beyond which, to the northwest, rose a firm and elevated plateau called Dampier's Camp, admirably suited for commanding the road by Chalons to Paris, and where he intended to post Kellerman's army as soon as it came up. Footnote: some late writers represent that Brunswick did not wish to check Dumouriez. There is no sufficient authority for this insinuation, which seems to have been prompted by a desire to soothe the wounded military pride of the Prussians. End of chapter 14, part 1. Read by Lambda. Chapter 14, part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 14, Part 2 The Battle of Valmy. The news of the retreat of Dumouriez from the Argonne passes and of the panic flight of some division of his troops spread rapidly throughout the country, and Kellerman, who believed that his comrade's army had been annihilated, and feared to fall among the victorious masses of the Prussians, had halted on his march from Metz when almost close to Semmenhold. He had actually commenced a retrograde movement when couriers from his commander in chief checked him from that fatal course, and then continuing to wheel around the rear and left flank of the troops at St. Menehould, Kellerman, with 20,000 of the army of Metz and some thousands of volunteers who had joined him in the march, made his appearance to the west of Dumouriez on the very evening when Westermann and Thévenoud, two of the staff officers of Dumouriez, galloped in with the findings that Brunswick's army had come through the upper passes of the Argonne in full force, and was deploying on the heights of La Lune, a chain of eminences that stretched obliquely from southwest to northeast opposite the high ground which Dumouriez held, and also opposite, but at a short distance from, the position which Kellerman was designed to occupy. The Allies were now, in fact, nearer to Paris than were the French troops themselves, but, as Dumouriez had foreseen, Brunswick deemed it unsafe to march upon the capital with so large a hostile force left in his rear between his advancing columns and his base of operations. The young King of Prussia, who was killed in the Allied camp, and the emigrant princes eagerly advocated an instant attack upon the nearest French general. Kellerman has laid himself unnecessarily open by advancing beyond Dampier's camp, which Dumouriez had designed for him, and moving forward across the Aube to the plateau of Valmy, a post inferior in strength and space to that which he had left, and which brought him close to the Prussian lines, leaving him separated by a dangerous interval from the troops under Dumouriez himself. It seemed easy for the Prussian army to overwhelm him while thus isolated, and then they might surround and crush Dumouriez at their leisure. Accordingly, the right wing of the allied army moved forward, in the grey of the morning of the 20th of September, to gain Kellerman's left flank and rear, and cut him off from retreat upon Chalons, while the rest of the army, moving from the heights of La Lune, which here converged semicircularly round the plateau of Valmy, were to assail his position in front, and interpose between him and Dumouriez. An unexpected collision between some of the advanced cavalry on each side in the low ground warned Kellerman of the enemy's approach. Dumouriez had been unobservant of the danger of his comrade, thus isolated and involved, and he had ordered up troops to support Kellerman on either flank in the event of his being attacked. These troops, however, moved forward slowly, and Kellerman's army, ranged on the plateau of Valmy, projected like a cape into the midst of the lines of the Prussian bayonets. Footnote: see Lamartine, History, Gironde, Livre 17. I have drawn much of the ensuing description from him. End of footnote. A thick autumnal mist floated in waves of vapour over the plains of ravines that lay between the two armies, leaving only the crests and peaks of the hills glittering in the early light. About 10 o'clock the fog began to clear off, and then the French, from their promontory, saw emerging from the white wreaths of mist, and glittering in the sunshine, the countless Prussian cavalry, which were to envelop them as in a net if once driven from their position. The solid columns of the infantry that moved forward as if animated by a single will, the bristling batteries of the artillery, and the glancing clouds of the Austrian light troops, fresh from their contests with the Spahis of the East. The best and bravest of the French must have beheld this spectacle with secret apprehension and awe. However bold and resolute a man may be in the discharge of duty, it is an anxious and fearful thing to be called to encounter danger among comrades of whose steadiness you can feel no certainty. Each soldier of Kellerman's army must have remembered the series of panic routs which had hitherto invariably taken on the French side during the war, and must have cast restless glances to the right and left to see if any symptoms of wavering began to show themselves, and to calculate how long it was likely to be before a general rush of his comrades to the rear would either harry him off with involuntary disgrace, or leave him alone and helpless, to be cut down by assailing multitudes. On that very morning, and at the self-same hour in which the allied forces and the emigrants began to descend from La Lune to the attack of Valmy, and while the cannonade was opening between the Prussian and the revolutionary batteries, the debate in the National Convention at Paris commenced on the proposal to proclaim France a republic. The old monarchy had little chance of support in the hall of the Convention, but if its more effective advocates at Valmy had triumphed, there were yet the elements existing in France for a permanent revival of better part of the ancient institutions, and for substituting reform for revolution. Only a few weeks before, numerously signed addresses from the middle classes in Paris, Rouen, and other large cities, had been presented to the king, expressive of their horror of the anarchists, and their readiness to uphold the rights of the crown, together with the liberties of the subject, and an armed resistance to the authority of the Convention, and in favour of the king, was in reality at this time being actively organized in La Vendée and Brittany, the importance of which may be estimated from the formidable opposition which the royalists of these provinces made to the republican party at a later period, and under much more disadvantageous circumstances. It is a fact peculiarly illustrative of the importance of the battle of Valmy, that, during the summer of 1792, the gentlemen of Brittany entered into an extensive association for the purpose of rescuing the country from the oppressive yoke which had been imposed by the Parisian demagogues. At the head of the whole was Marquis de la Rouerie, one of those remarkable men who rise into pre eminence during the stormy days of a revolution from conscious ability to direct its current. Ardent, impetuous, and enthusiastic, he was first distinguished in the American war, when the intrepidity of his conduct attracted the admiration of the republican troops, and the same qualities rendered him at first an ardent supporter of revolution in France. But when atrocities of people began, he espoused with equal warmth the opposite side, and used the utmost efforts to rouse the noblesse of Brittany against the plebeian yoke which had been imposed upon them by the National Assembly. He submitted his plan to the Count d'Artois, and had organized one so extensive as would have proved extremely formidable to the Convention, if the retreat of Duke of Brunswick, in September 1792, had not damped the ardour of the whole of the west of France, then ready to break out into insurrection. [Footnote: Addison, Volume 3, page 323.] End of footnote. And it was not only among the zealots of the old monarchy that the cause of king would then have found friends. The ineffable atrocities of the September massacres had just occurred, and the reaction produced by them among thousands who had previously been active on the ultra democratic side was fresh and powerful. The nobility had not yet been made utter aliens in the eyes of the nation by long expatriation and civil war. There was not yet a generation of youth educated in revolutionary principles and knowing no worship save that of military glory. Louis XVI was just and humane, and deeply sensible of necessity of gradual extension of political rights among all classes of his subjects. The Bourbon throne, if rescued in 1792, would have had chances of stability, such as did not exist for it in 1814, and seem never likely to be found again in France. Serving under Kellerman on that day was one who experienced, perhaps the most deeply of all men, the changes for good and for evil which the French Revolution has produced. He who, in his second exile, bore the name of Count de Noailly in this country, and who lately for Louis Philippe, King of the French, figured in the French lines at Valmy as a young and gallant officer, cool and sagacious beyond his years, and trusted accordingly by Kellerman and Dumouriez with an important station in the national army. The Duc de Chartres, the title he then bore, commanded the French right, General Valence was on the left, and Kellerman himself took his post in the centre, which was the strength and key of his position. Besides these celebrated men who were in the French army, and besides the King of Prussia, the Duke of Brunswick, and other men of rank and power, who were in the lines of the Allies, there was an individual present at the battle of Valmy of little political note, but who has exercised, and exercises, a greater influence over the human mind, and whose fame is more than widely spread, than that of either duke, or general, or king. This was the German poet Goethe, who had, out of curiosity, accompanied the allied army on its march into France as a mere spectator. He has given us a curious record of the sensations which he experienced during the cannonade. It must be remembered that many thousands in the French ranks then, like Goethe, felt the cannon fever for the first time. The German poet says, footnote Goethe's campaign in France in 1792. Farry's translation, page 77. End of footnote. I had heard so much of the cannon fever that I wanted to know what kind of a thing it was. Ennui, and a spirit which every kind of danger excites to a daring, nay, even to rashness, induced me to ride up quite coolly to the outwork of La Lune. This was again occupied by our people, but it presented the wildest aspect. The roofs were shot to pieces, the corn shocks scattered about, the bodies of men mortally wounded stretched upon them here and there, and occasionally a spent cannon ball fell and rattled among the ruins of the roofs. Quite alone, and left to myself, I rode away on the heights to the left, and could plainly survey the favourable position of the French. They were standing in the form of a semicircle, in the greatest quiet and security, Kellerman, then on the left wing, being the easiest to reach. I fell in with good company on the way, officers of my acquaintance, belonging to the general staff and the regiment, greatly surprised to find me here. They wanted to take me back again with them, but I spoke to them of particular objects I had in view, and they left me without further dissuasion to my well known singular caprice. I had now arrived quite in the region where the balls were playing across me. The sound of them is curious enough, as if it were composed of the humming of tops, the gurgling of water, and the whistling of birds. They were less dangerous, by reason of the wetness of the ground. Wherever one fell, it stuck fast, and thus my foolish experimental ride was secured against danger, at least of the balls of rebounding. In the midst of these circumstances, I was soon able to remark that something unusual was taking place within me. I paid close attention to it, and still the sensation can be described only by a similitude. It appeared as if you were in some extremely hot place, and, at the same time, quite penetrated by the heat of it, so that you feel yourself, as it were, quite one with the element in which you are. The eyes lose nothing of their strength or clearness, but it is as if the world had a kind of brown red tint which makes the situation, as well as the surrounding objects, more impressive. I was unable to perceive any agitation of the blood, but everything seemed rather to be swallowed up in the glow of which I speak. From this, then, it is clear in what sense this condition can be called a fever. It is remarkable, however, that a horrible uneasy feeling arising from it is produced in us solely through the ears; for the cannon thunder, the howling and crashing of the balls through the air, is the real cause of these sensations. After I had ridden back and was in perfect security, I remarked with surprise that the glow was completely extinguished, and not the slightest feverish agitation was left behind. On the whole, this condition is one of the least desirable, as, indeed, among my dear and noble comrades, I found scarcely one who expressed a real passionate desire to try it. Contrary to the expectations of both friends and foes, the French infantry held their ground steadily under the fire of the Prussian guns, which thundered on them from La Lune, and their own artillery replied with equal spirit and greater effect on the denser masses of the allied army. Thinking that the Prussians were slackening in their fire, Kellerman formed a column in charging order, and dashed down into the valley, in the hopes of capturing some of the nearest guns of the enemy. A masked battery opened its fire on the French column, and drove it back in disorder, Kellerman having his horse shot under him, and being with difficulty carried off by his men. The Prussian columns now advanced in turn. The French artillerymen began to waver and desert their posts, but were rallied by the efforts and the example of their officers; and Kellerman, reorganizing the line of his infantry, took his station in the ranks on foot, and called out to his men to let the enemy come close up, and then to charge them with the bayonet. The troops caught the enthusiasm of their general, and a cheerful shout of "Vive la nation!" taken by one battalion from another, pealed across the valley to the assailants. The Prussians flinched from a charge uphill against a force that seemed so resolute and formidable. They halted for a while in the hollow, and then slowly retreated up their own side of the valley. Indignant at being thus repulsed by such a foe, the King of Prussia formed the flower of his men in person, and, riding along the column, bitterly reproached them with letting their standard be thus humiliated. Then he led them on again to the attack, marching in the front line, and seeing his staff mowed down around him by the deadly fire which the French artillery reopened. But the troops sent by Dumouriez were now cooperating effectually with Kellerman, and the general's own men, flushed by success, presented a firmer front than ever. Again the Prussians retreated, leaving 800 dead behind, and at nightfall the French remained victors on the heights of Valmy. All the hopes of crushing the revolutionary armies, and of the promenade to Paris, had now vanished. Though Brunswick lingered long in the Argonne, till distress and sickness wasted away his once splendid force, and finally but a mere wreck of it recrossed the frontier, France, meanwhile, felt that she possessed a giant strength, and like a giant did she use it. Before the close of that year, all Belgium obeyed the National Convention at Paris, and the kings of Europe, after the lapse of 18 centuries, trembled once more before a conquering military republic. Goethe's description of the cannonade has been quoted. His observation to his comrades in the camp of the Allies, at the end of the battle, deserves citation also. It shows that the poet felt, and probably he alone of the thousands there assembled felt, the importance of that day. He describes the consternation and the change of demeanour which he observed among the Prussian friends that evening. He tells us that most of them were silent, and in fact the power of reflection and judgment was wanting to all. At last I was called upon to say what I thought of the engagement, for I had been in the habit of enlivening and amusing the troop with short sayings. This time I said, "From this place, and from this day forth, commences a new era in the world's history, and you can all say that you were present at its birth." Synopsis of events between the Battle of Valmy 1792 and the Battle of Waterloo 1815. Anno Domini 1793. Trial and execution of Louis XVI. At Paris. England and Spain declare war against France. Royalist war in La Vendée. Second invasion of France by the Allies. 1794. Lord Howe's victory over the French fleet. Final partition of Poland by Russia, Prussia, and Austria. 1795. The French armies under Picarou conquer Holland. Cessation of war in La Vendée. 1796. Bonaparte commands the French army of Italy and gains repeated victories over the Austrians. 1797. Victory of Jervis off Cape St. Vincent. Peace of Campo Formio between France and Austria. Defeat of the Dutch of Camperdown by Admiral Duncan. 1798. Rebellion in Ireland. Expedition of the French under Bonaparte to Egypt. Lord Nelson destroys the French fleet at the Battle of Nile. 1799. Renewal of the war between Austria and France. The Russian Emperor sends an army in aid of Austria under Suwarrow. The French are repeatedly defeated in Italy. Bonaparte returns from Egypt and makes himself first consul of France. Massena wins the Battle of Zurich. The Russian Emperor makes peace with France. 1800. Bonaparte passes the Alps and defeats the Austrians at Marengo. Moreau wins the Battle of Hohenlinden. 1801. Treaty of Luneville between France and Austria. The Battle of Copenhagen. 1802. Peace of Amiens. 1803. War between England and France renewed. 1804. Napoleon Bonaparte is made Emperor of France. 1805. Great preparations of Napoleon to invade England. Austria, supported by Russia, renews war with France. Napoleon marches into Germany, takes Vienna, and gains the Battle of Austerlitz. Lord Nelson destroys the combined French and Spanish fleets and is killed at the Battle of Trafalgar. 1806. War between Prussia and France. Napoleon conquers Prussia in the Second Battle of Jena. 1807. Obstinate warfare between the French and Russian armies in the East Prussia and Poland. Peace of Tilsit. 1808. Napoleon endeavours to make his brother King of Spain. Rising of the Spanish nation against him. England sends troops to aid the Spaniards. Battles of Vimeria and Corunna. 1809. War renewed between France and Austria. Battles of Aspernay and Wagram. Peace granted to Austria. Lord Wellington's victory of Talavera in Spain. 1810. Marriage of Napoleon and Archduchess Maria Luisa, Holland annexed to France. 1812. War between England and the United States. Napoleon invades Russia. Battle of Borodino. The French occupy Moscow, which is burned. Disastrous retreat and almost total destruction of the great army of France. 1813. Prussia and Austria take up arms against France. Battles of Lutzen, Bautzen, Dresden, Kulm, and Leipzig. The French are driven out of Germany. Lord Wellington gains the great battle of Vittoria, which completes the rescue of Spain from France. 1814. The Allies invade France on the eastern, and Lord Wellington invades it in the southern frontier. Battles of Laon, Montmirail, Arcis-sur-Aube, and others in the northeast of France, and of Toulouse in south. Paris surrenders to the Allies, and Napoleon abdicates. First restoration of the Bourbons. Napoleon goes to the Isle of Elba, which is assigned to him by the Allies. Treaty of Ghent between the United States and England. 1815. Napoleon suddenly escapes from Elba and lands in France. The French soldiery join him, and Louis XVIII is obliged to fly from the throne. End of chapter 14, part 2. Read by Lambda.
Chapter 15, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part number 1. Thou first and last of fields, king making victory. Byron. England has now been blessed with 37 years of peace. At no other period in her history can a similarly long cessation from a state of warfare be found. It is true that our troops have had battles to fight during this interval for the protection and extension of our Indian possessions and our colonies, but these have been with distant and unimportant enemies. The danger has never been brought near our own shores, and no matter of vital importance to our empire has ever been at stake. We have not had hostilities with either France, America, or Russia, and when not at war with any of our peers, we feel ourselves to be substantially at peace. There has, indeed, throughout this long period, been no great war like those with which the previous history of modern Europe abounds. There have been formidable collisions between particular states, and there have been still more formidable collisions between the armed champions of the conflicting principles of absolutism and democracy. But there has been no general war like those of the French Revolution, like the American, or the 7 Years' War, or like the War of the Spanish Succession. It would be far too much to augur from this, that no familiar wars will ever again convulse the world. But the value of the period of peace which Europe has gained is incalculable, even if we look on it as only a truce, and expect again to see the nations of the earth recur to what some philosophers have termed man's natural state of warfare. No equal number of years can be found during which science, commerce, and civilization have advanced so rapidly and so extensively as has been the case since 1815. When we trace their progress, especially in this country, it is impossible not to feel that their wondrous development has been mainly due to the land having been at peace. See the excellent introduction to Mr. Charles Knight's History of the 30 Years' Peace. Their good effects cannot be obliterated, even if a series of wars were to recommence. When we reflect on this, and contrast these 37 years with the period that preceded them, a period of violence, of tumult, of unrestingly destructive energy, a period throughout which the wealth of nations was scattered like sand and the blood of nations lavished like water, it is impossible not to look with deep interest on the final crisis of that dark and dreadful epoch, the crisis out of which our own happier cycle of years has been evolved. The great battle which ended the 23 years' war of the First French Revolution, and which quelled the man whose genius and ambition had so long disturbed and desolated the world, deserved to be regarded by us, not only with peculiar pride, as one of our greatest national victories, but with peculiar gratitude for the repose which it secured for us, and for the greater part of the human race. One good test for determining the importance of Waterloo is to ascertain what was felt by wise and prudent statesmen before that battle, respecting the return of Napoleon from Elba to the imperial throne of France, and the probable effects of his success. For this purpose, I will quote the words, not of any of our vehement anti-Galician politicians of the school of Pitt, but of a leader of our Liberal party, of a man whose reputation as a jurist, a historian, and a far-sighted and candid statesman was, and is, deservedly high, not only in this country, but throughout Europe. Sir James Mackintosh, in the debate in the British House of Commons on the 20th of April 1815, spoke thus of the return from Elba. Was it in the power of language to describe the evil? Wars which had raged for more than 20 years throughout Europe, which had spread blood and desolation from Cadiz to Moscow, and from Naples to Copenhagen, which had wasted the means of human enjoyment and destroyed the instruments of social improvement, which threatened to diffuse amongst the European nations the dissolute and ferocious habits of predatory soldiery, at length, by one of those vicissitudes which bid defiance to the foresight of man, had been brought to a close, upon the whole, happy beyond all reasonable expectation, with no violent shock to national independence, with some tolerable compromise between the opinions of the age and the reverence due to ancient institutions, with no too signal or mortifying triumph over the legitimate interests or avowable feelings of any numerous body of men, and, above all, without those retaliations against nations or parties which beget new convulsions, often as horrible as those with which they close, and perpetuate revenge and hatred and bloodshed from age to age. Europe seemed to breathe after her sufferings. In the midst of this fair prospect, and of those consolatory hopes, Napoleon Bonaparte escaped from Elba. 3 small vessels reached the coast of Provence. Our hopes are instantly dispelled. The work of our toil and fortitude is undone. The blood of Europe is spilt in vain. Ibi omnis effusus labor. The Congress of emperors, kings, princes, generals, and statesmen, who had assembled at Vienna to remodel the world after the overthrow of the mighty conqueror, and who thought that Napoleon had passed away forever from the great drama of European politics, had not yet completed their triumphant festivities and their diplomatic toils, when Talleyrand, on the 11th of March 1815, rose up among them and announced that the ex-emperor had escaped from Elba, and was Emperor of France once more. It is recorded by Sir Walter Scott as a curious physiological fact that the first effect of the news of an event which threatened to neutralize all their labours was to excite a loud burst of laughter from nearly every member of Congress. Life of Napoleon, Volume 8, Chapter 1. But the jest was a bitter one, and they soon were deeply busied in anxious deliberations respecting the role in which they should encounter their arch-enemy, who had thus started from torpor and obscurity into renovated splendour and strength. Quale subi in lucium coluba mala gramania pastus, frigidia subterra tumidum grem bruma teglibat, nunc positis novus ex vis nitidusque juventa, lubrica convolvit sub lato pectori terga, ardus ad solum, at linguius micat or trissucliis, verg aen. Napoleon sought to disunite the formidable confederacy, which he knew would be arrayed against him, by endeavouring to negotiate separately with each of the allied sovereigns. It is said that Austria and Russia were at first not unwilling to treat with him. Disputes and jealousies had been rife among several of the allies on the subject of the division of the conquered countries, and the cordial unanimity with which they had acted during 1813 and the first months of 1814 had grown chill during some weeks of the discussions. But the active exertions of Talleyrand, who represented Louis XVIII at the Congress, and who both hated and feared Napoleon with all the intensity of which his powerful spirit was capable, prevented the secession of any member of the Congress from the new great league against their ancient enemy. Still, it is highly probable that, if Napoleon had triumphed in Belgium over the Prussians and the English, he would have succeeded in opening negotiations with the Austrians and Russians, and he might have thus gained advantages similar to those which had been obtained on his return from Egypt, when he had induced the Tsar Paul to withdraw the Russian armies from cooperating with other enemies of France in the extremity of peril to which she seemed reduced in 1799. But fortune now had deserted him both in diplomacy and in war. On the 13th of March, 1815, the ministers of the Seven Powers, Austria, Spain, England, Portugal, Prussia, Russia, and Sweden, signed a manifesto by which they declared Napoleon an outlaw, and this denunciation was instantly followed up by a treaty between England, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, to which other powers soon acceded, by which the rulers of these countries bound themselves to enforce that decree, and to prosecute the war until Napoleon should be driven from the throne of France and rendered incapable of disturbing the peace of Europe. The Duke of Wellington was the representative of England at the Congress of Vienna, and he was immediately applied to for his advice on the plan of military operations against France. It was obvious that Belgium would be the first battlefield, and by the general wish of the Allies, the English Duke proceeded thither to assemble an army from the contingents of Dutch, Belgian, and Hanoverian troops that were most speedily available, and from the English regiments which his own government was hastening to send over from this country. A strong Prussian corps was near Aix-la-Chapelle, having remained there since the campaign of the preceding year. This was largely reinforced by other troops of the same nation. And Marshal Blucher, the favourite hero of the Prussian soldiery and the deadliest foe of France, assumed the command of this army, which was termed the Army of the Lower Rhine, and which, in conjunction with Wellington's forces, was to make the van of the armament of the Allied powers. Meanwhile, Prince Schwarzenberg was to collect 130,000 Austrians and 124,000 troops of other Germanic states as the army of the Upper Rhine, and 168,000 Russians under the command of Barclay de Tolly were to form the army of the Middle Rhine and to repeat the march from Muscovy to that river's banks. The exertions which the Allied powers thus made at this crisis to grapple promptly with the French Emperor have truly been termed gigantic, and never were Napoleon's genius and activity more signally displayed than in the celerity and the skill by which he brought forward all the military resources of France, which the reverses of the 3 preceding years and the pacific policy of the Bourbons during the months of their first restoration had greatly diminished and disorganized. He re-entered Paris on the 20th of March, and by the end of May, besides sending a force into La Vendée to put down the armed rising of the royalists in that province, and besides providing troops under Massena and Suchet for the defence of the southern frontiers of France, Napoleon had an army assembled in the northeast for active operations under his own command, which amounted to between 120 and 130,000 men, with a superb park of artillery, and in the highest possible state of equipment, discipline, and efficiency. See for these numbers Seaborne's History of the Campaign of Waterloo, Volume 1, page 41. The approach of the multitudinous Russian, Austrian, Bavarian, and other foes of the French Empire to the Rhine was necessarily slow, but the 2 most active of the Allied powers had occupied Belgium with their troops, while Napoleon was organizing his forces. Marshal Blucher was there with 116,000 Prussians, and, before the end of May, the Duke of Wellington was there also with about 106,000 troops, either British or in British pay. Ibid, Volume 1, Chapter 3. Wellington had put a small part of his old peninsular army in Belgium. The flower of it had been sent on expeditions against America. His troops, in 1815, were chiefly 2nd battalions or regiments lately filled up with new recruits. See Scott, Volume 8, page 474. Napoleon determined to attack these enemies in Belgium. The disparity of numbers was indeed great, but delay was sure to increase the proportionate numerical superiority of his enemies over his own ranks. The French Emperor considered also that the enemy's troops were now cantoned under the command of 2 generals, and composed of nations differing both in interest and in feelings. See Montholon's Memoirs, page 45. His own army was under his own sole command. It was composed exclusively of French soldiers, mostly of veterans, well acquainted with their officers and with each other, and full of enthusiastic confidence in their commander. If he could separate the Prussians from the British, so as to attack each singularly, he felt sanguine of success, not only against these the most resolute of his many adversaries, but also against the other masses that were slowly labouring up against his eastern dominions. The triple chain of strong fortresses which the French possessed on the Belgian frontier formed a curtain behind which Napoleon was able to concentrate his army, and to conceal, till the very last moment, the precise line of attack which he intended to take. On the other hand, Blucher and Wellington were obliged to canton their troops along a line of open country of considerable length, so as to watch for the outbreak of Napoleon from whichever point of his chain of strongholds he should please to make it. Blucher, with his army, occupied the banks of the Sambre and the Meuse from Liège on his left to Charleroi on his right, and the Duke of Wellington covered Brussels, his cantonments being partly in front of that city and between it and the French frontier, and partly on its west to their extreme right, reaching to Courtrai and to Tournai, while the left approached Charleroi and communicated with the Prussian right. It was upon Charleroi that Napoleon resolved to level his attack, in hopes of severing the two allied armies from each other, and then pursuing his favourite tactic of assailing each separately with a superior force on the battlefield, for the aggregate of their numbers considerably exceeded his own. The first French corps d'armée, commanded by Comte d'Erlon, was stationed in the beginning of June in and around the city of Lille, near to the north-eastern frontier of France. The second corps, under Count Reille, was at Valenciennes, to the right of the first one. The third corps, under Count Vandamme, was at Merzières. The fourth, under Count Gérard, had its headquarters at Metz, and the sixth, under Count Lobau, was at Léon. The fifth corps was under Count Rapp at Strasbourg. 4 corps of reserve cavalry, under Marshal Grouchy, were also near the frontier, between the rivers Aisne and Sambre. The Imperial Guard remained in Paris until the 8th of June, when it marched towards Belgium and reached Avesnes on the 13th. And in the course of the same and the following day, the 5 corps d'armée, with the cavalry reserves which have been mentioned, were in pursuance of skilfully combined orders, rapidly drawn together, and concentrated in and around the same place, on the right bank of the river Sambre. On the 14th, Napoleon arrived among his troops, who were exulting at the display of their commander's skill in the celerity and the precision with which they had been drawn together, and in the consciousness of their collective strength. Although Napoleon too often permitted himself to use language unworthy of his own character respecting his great English adversary, his real feelings in commencing this campaign may be judged from the last words which he spoke, as he threw himself into his travelling carriage to leave Paris for the army. "I go," he said, "to measure myself with Wellington." The enthusiasm of the French soldiers at seeing their emperor among them was still more excited by the order of the day, in which he thus appealed to them: "Napoleon, by the grace of God and the constitution of the empire, Emperor of the French, to the Grande Armée. At the Imperial headquarters, Avesnes, June the 14th, 1815. Soldiers, this day is the anniversary of Marengo and of Friedland, which twice decided the destiny of Europe. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the protestations and in the oaths of princes whom we left on their thrones. Now, however, leagued together, they aim at the independence and the most sacred rights of France. They have commenced the most unjust of aggressions. Let us, then, march to meet them. Are they and we no longer the same men? Soldiers, at Jena, against these same Prussians, now so arrogant, you were 1-3, and at Montmirail 1-6. Let those among you who have been captives to the English describe the nature of their prison ships, and the frightful miseries they endured. The Saxons, the Belgians, the Hanoverians, the soldiers of the Confederation of the Rhine lament that they are compelled to use their arms in the causes of Prince, the enemies of justice, and of the rights of all nations. They know that this coalition is insatiable. After having devoured 12 millions of Poles, 12 millions of Italians, 1 million of Saxons, and 6 millions of Belgians, it now wishes to devour the states of the second rank in Germany. Madmen! One moment of prosperity has bewildered them. The oppression and the humiliation of the French people are beyond their power. If they enter France, they will there find their grave. Soldiers, we have forced marches to make, battles to fight, dangers to encounter. But with a firm, this victory will be ours. The rights, the honour, and the happiness of the country will be recovered. To every Frenchman who has a heart, the moment is now arrived to conquer or to die. Napoleon, the Marshal Duke of Dalmatia, Major General. The 15th of June had scarcely dawned before the French army was in motion for the decisive campaign, and crossed the frontier in 3 columns, which were pointed upon Charleroi and its vicinity. The French line of advance upon Brussels, which city Napoleon resolved to occupy, thus lay right through the centre of the cantonments of the Allies. Much criticism has been expended on the supposed surprise of Wellington's army in its cantonments by Napoleon's rapid advance. These comments would hardly have been made if sufficient attention had been paid to the geography of the Waterloo campaign, and if it had been remembered that the protection of Brussels was justly considered by the Allied generals a matter of primary importance. If Napoleon could, either by manoeuvring or fighting, have succeeded in occupying that city, the greater part of Belgium would unquestionably have declared in his favour, and the results of such a success, gained by the Emperor at the commencement of his campaign, might have decisively influenced the whole after current of events. A glance at the map will show the numerous roads that lead from the different fortresses on the French northeastern frontier and converge upon Brussels, any one of which Napoleon might have chosen for the advance of a strong force upon that city. The Duke's army was judiciously arranged so as to enable him to concentrate troops on any one of these roads sufficiently in advance of Brussels to check an assailing enemy. The army was kept thus available for movement in any necessary direction, till certain intelligence arrived on the 15th of June that the French had crossed the frontier in large force near Thun, and that they had driven back the Prussian advanced troops under General Zieten, and were also moving across the Sambre upon Charleroi. Marshal Blucher now rapidly concentrated his forces, calling them in from the left upon Ligny, which is to the northeast of Charleroi. Wellington also drew his troops together, calling them in from the right. But even now, although it was certain that the French were in large force at Charleroi, it was unsafe for the English general to place his army directly between that place and Brussels, until it was certain that no corps of the enemy was marching upon Brussels by the western road through Mons and Halle. The Duke, therefore, collected his troops in Brussels and its immediate vicinity, ready to move due southward upon Quatre Bras, and to cooperate with Blucher, who was taking his station at Ligny, but also ready to meet and defeat any manoeuvre that the enemy might make to turn to the right of the Allies, and occupy Brussels by a flanking movement. The testimony of the Prussian general, Baron Muffling, who was attached to the Duke's staff during his campaign, and who expressly states the reasons on which the English general acted, ought forever to have silenced the weak inventions of the enemy about the Duke of Wellington having been deceived and surprised by his assailant, which some writers of our own nation, as well as foreigners, have incautiously repeated. See passages from my Life and Writings by Baron Muffling, page 224 of the English translation, edited by Colonel York. See also the 178th number of the Quarterly. It is strange that Lamartine should, after the appearance of Muffling's work, have repeated in his History of the Restoration the myth of Wellington having been surprised in the Brussels ballroom. End of chapter 15, Part 1. Recording by Richard Beck, Montreal, Quebec. Chapter 15, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 2. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 15th that a Prussian officer reached Brussels, whom General XIII had sent to Muffling to inform him of the advance of the main French army upon Charleroi. Muffling immediately communicated this to the Duke of Wellington, and asked him whether he would now concentrate his army, and what would be his point of concentration, observing that Marshal Blucher, in consequence of this intelligence, would certainly concentrate the Prussians at Leni. The Duke replied, "If all is as General XIII supposes, I will concentrate on my left wing, and so be in readiness to fight in conjunction with the Prussian army. Should, however, a portion of the enemy's force come by Mons, I must concentrate more towards my centre. This is the reason why I must wait for positive news from Mons before I fix the rendezvous. Since, however, it is certain that the troops must march, though it is uncertain upon what precise spot they must march, I will order all to be in readiness, and will direct a brigade to move at once towards Quatre Bras." Muffling, page 231. Later in the same day a message from Blucher himself was delivered to Muffling, in which the Prussian field marshal informed the Baron that he was concentrating his men at Sombref and Ligny, and charged Muffling to give him speedy intelligence respecting the concentration of Wellington. Muffling immediately communicated this to the Duke, who expressed his satisfaction with Blucher's arrangements, but added that he could not even then resolve upon his own point of concentration before he obtained the desired intelligence from Mons. About midnight this information arrived. The Duke went to the quarters of General Muffling, and told him that he now had received his reports from Mons, and was sure that no French troops were advancing by that route, but that the mass of the enemy's force was decidedly directed on Charleroi. He informed the Prussian general that he had ordered the British troops to move forward upon Quatre Bras, but with characteristic coolness and sagacity resolved not to give the appearance of alarm by hurrying on with them himself. A ball was to be given by the Duchess of Richmond at Brussels that night, and the Duke proposed to General Muffling that they should go to the ball for a few hours, and ride forward in the morning to overtake the troops at Quatre Bras. To hundreds who were assembled at that memorial ball, the news that the enemy was advancing, and that the time for battle had come, must have been a fearfully exciting surprise, and the magnificent stanzas of Byron are as true as they are beautiful. But the Duke and his principal officers knew well the stern termination to that festive scene which was approaching. One by one, and in such a way as to attract as little observation as possible, the leaders of the various corps left the ballroom, and took their stations at the head of their men, who were pressing forward through the last hours of the short summer night to the arena of anticipated slaughter. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then, her beauty and her chivalry, and bright, the lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men, 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush! Hark! A deep sound strikes like a raising knell. Did thee not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling over the stony street. On with the dance! Let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark! That heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm! Arm! It It is the cannon's opening roar! Within a windowed niche of that high hall, St. Brunswick's fated chieftain, he did hear that sound the first amidst the festival, and caught its tone with death's prophetic ear. And when they smiled because he deemed it near, his heart more truly knew that peal too well, which stretched his father on a bloody bier, and roused the vengeance blood alone could quell. He rushed into the field, and, foremost fighting, fell. Ah, then and there was hurrying to and fro, and gathering tears, and tremblings of distress, and cheeks so pale, which but an hour ago blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs, which ne'er might be repeated, who could guess, if ever more should meet those mutual eyes, since upon nights so sweet such awful morn could rise. And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron and the clattering car went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war, and the deep thunder peal on peal afar, and near the beat of the alarming drum roused up the soldier ere the morning star, while thronged the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips the foe, "They come, they come!" And Ardennes waves above them her green leaves, dewy with nature's teardrops as they pass, grieving if aught inanimate o'er grieves over the unreturning brave. Alas, ere evening to be trodden like the grass, which now beneath them but above shall grow, in its next verdure, when this fiery mass of living valour, rolling on the foe, and burning with high hope, shall moulder cold and low. Last noon beheld them full of lusty life, last eve in beauty's circle proudly gay. The midnight brought the signal sound of strife, the morn the marshalling in arms, the day battle's magnificently stern array. The thunder clouds close over it, which when rent, the earth is covered thick with other clay, which her own clay shall cover, heaped and pent, rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. Napoleon's operations on the 16th had been conducted with signal skill and vigour, and the results had been very advantageous for his plan of the campaign. With his army formed in 3 vast columns, Victoire et Conquête des Français, volume 25, page 177. He had struck at the centre of the line of cantonments of his allied foes, and he had so far made good his blow, that he had effected the passage of the Sambre. He had beaten with his left wing the Prussian corps of General Seyton at Thun, and with his centre he had in person advanced right through Charleroi upon Fleurus, inflicting considerable loss upon the Prussians that fell back before him. His right column had, with little opposition, moved forward as far as the bridge of Châtelet. Napoleon had thus a powerful force immediately in front of the point which Blucher had fixed for the concentration of the Prussian army, and that concentration was still incomplete. The French Emperor designed to attack the Prussians on the morrow in person, with the troops of his centre and right columns, and to employ his left wing in beating back such English troops as might advance to the help of their allies, and also in aiding his own attack upon Blucher. He gave the command of this left wing to Marshal Ney. Napoleon seems not to have originally intended to employ this celebrated general in the campaign. It was only on the night of the 11th of June that Marshal Ney received at Paris an order to join the army. Hurrying forward to the Belgian frontier, he met the Emperor near Charleroi. Napoleon immediately directed him to take command of the left wing, and to press forward with it upon Quatre Bras by the line of the road which leads from Charleroi to Brussels, through Gazaille, Frasne, Quatre Bras, Genappe, and Waterloo. Ney immediately proceeded to the post assigned him, and before 10 on the night of the 15th he had occupied Gosselies and Frasne, driving out without much difficulty some weak Belgian detachments which had been stationed in those villages. The lateness of the hour and the exhausted state of the French troops, who had been marching and fighting since 10 in the morning, made him pause from advancing further to attack the much more important position of Quatre-Bras. In truth, the advantages which the French gained by their most superhuman energy and activity throughout the long day of the 15th of June were necessarily bought at the price of more delay and inertness during the following night and morrow than would have been observable if they had not been thus overtasked. Ney has been blamed for want of promptness in his attack upon Quatre-Bras, and Napoleon has been criticised for not having fought at Ligny before the afternoon of the 16th. But their censors should remember that soldiers are but men, and that there must be necessarily some interval of time, before troops, that have been worn and weakened by 20 hours of incessant fatigue and strife, can be fed, rested, reorganized, and brought again into action with any hope of success. Having on the night of the 15th placed the most advanced of the French under his command in position in front of Frasne, Ney rode back to Charleroi, when Napoleon also arrived about midnight, having returned from directing the operations of the centre and right column of the French. The Emperor and the Marshal supped together, and remained in earnest conversation till 2 in the morning. An hour or two afterwards Ney rode back to Frasne, where he endeavoured to collect tidings of the numbers and movements of the enemy in front of him, and also busied himself in the necessary duty of learning the amount and composition of the troops which he himself was commanding. He had been so suddenly appointed to his high station that he did not know the strength of the several regiments under him, or even the names of their commanding officers. He now caused his aides-de-camp to prepare the requisite returns, and drew together the troops, whom he was thus learning before he used them. Wellington remained at the Duchess of Richmond's ball in Brussels until about 3 o'clock in the morning of the 16th, showing himself very cheerful, as Baron Muffling, who accompanied him, observes. Muffling, page 233. At 5 o'clock the Duke and the Baron were on horseback, and reached the position at Quatre-Bras about 11. As the French, who were in front of Frasne, were perfectly quiet, and the Duke was informed that a very large force under Napoleon in person was menacing Blucher, it was thought possible that only a slight detachment of the French was posted at Frasne in order to mask the English army. In that event, Wellington, as he told Baron Muffling, would be able to employ his whole strength in supporting the Prussians, and he proposed to ride across from Quatre-Bras to Blucher's position, in order to concert with him personally the measures which should be taken in order to bring on a decisive battle with the French. Wellington and Muffling rode accordingly towards Ligny, and found Marshal Blucher and his staff at the windmill of Bray near that village. The Prussian army, 80,000 strong, was drawn up chiefly along a chain of heights, with the villages of Sombref, Saint-Amand, and Ligny in their front. These villages were strongly occupied by Russian detachments, and formed the keys of Blucher's position. The heads of the columns which Napoleon was forming for the attack were visible in the distance. The Duke asked Blucher and General Gneisenau, who was Blucher's adviser in the matters of strategy, what they wished him to do. Muffling had already explained to them in a few words the Duke's earnest desire to support the Field Marshal, and that he would do all that they wished, provided they did not ask him to divide his army, which was contrary to his principles. The Duke wished to advance with his army, as soon as it was concentrated, upon Frasne and Gosselies, and thence to move upon Napoleon's flank and rear. The Prussian leaders preferred that he should march his men from Quatre-Bras by the Namur road, so as to form a reserve in rear of Blucher's army. The Duke replied, "Well, I will come if I am not attacked myself," and galloped back with Muffling to Quatre-Bras, where the French attack was now actually raging. Marshal Ney began the battle about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had at this time in hand about 16,000 infantry, nearly 2,000 cavalry, and 38 guns. The force which Napoleon nominally placed at his command exceeded 40,000 men, but more than one half of these consisted of the first French corps d'armée under Count d'Erlon, and Ney was deprived of the use of this corps at the time that he most required it, in consequence of it receiving orders to march to the aid of the Emperor at Ligny. A magnificent body of heavy cavalry under Kellerman, nearly 5,000 strong, and several more battalions of artillery were added to Ney's army during the Battle of Quatre Bras, but his effective infantry force never exceeded 16,000. When the battle began, the greater part of the Duke's army was yet on its march towards Quatre Bras from Bruxelles and the other part of its cantonments. The force of the Allies, actually in position there, consisted only of a Dutch and Belgian division of infantry not quite 7,000 strong, with one battalion of foot and one of horse artillery. The Prince of Orange commanded them. A wood, called the Bois de Bossu, stretched along the right, or western, flank of the position of Quatre Bras. A farmhouse and building called Gemincourt stood on some elevated ground in its front, and to the left, or east, were the enclosures of the village of Pierremont. The Prince of Orange endeavoured to secure these posts, but Ney carried Gemincourt in the centre, and Pierremont in the east, and gained occupation of the southern part of the wood of Bossu. He ranged the chief part of his artillery on the high ground of Gemincourt, whence it played throughout the action with the most destructive effect upon the Allies. He was pressing forward to further advantages, when the 5th Infantry Division under Sir Thomas Picton and the Duke of Brunswick's corps appeared upon the scene. Wellington, who had returned to Quatre Bras from his interview with Blucher shortly before the arrival of these forces, restored the fight with them, and, as fresh troops of the Allies arrived, they were brought forward to stem the fierce attacks which Ney's columns and squadrons continued to make with unabated gallantry and zeal. The only cavalry of the Anglo-Allied army that reached Quatre Bras during the action consisted of Dutch and Belgians and a small force of Brunswickers, under their Duke, who was killed on the field. These proved wholly unable to encounter Kellerman's cuirassiers and Pierre's lancers. The Dutch and Belgian infantry also gave way early in the engagement, so that the whole brunt of the battle fell on the British and German infantry. They sustained it nobly. Though repeatedly charged by the French cavalry, though exposed to the murderous fire of the French batteries, from which the heights of Gemincourt sent shot and shell into the devoted squares whenever the French horsemen withdrew, they not only repelled their assailants, but Kemp's and Pack's brigades, led on by Picton, actually advanced against and through their charging foes, and with stern determination made good to the end of the day the ground which they had thus boldly won. Some, however, of the British regiments were during the confusion assailed by the French cavalry before they could form squares, and suffered severely. One regiment, the 92nd, was almost wholly destroyed by the cuirassiers. A French private soldier, named Valmy, of the 8th Regiment of Cuirassiers, captured one of the British colours, and presented it to Ney. It was a solitary trophy. The arrival of the English Guards about 6:30 o'clock enabled the Duke to recover the wood of Bossu, which the French had almost entirely won, and the possession of which by then would have enabled Ney to operate destructively upon the Allied flank and rear. Not only was the wood of Bossu recovered on the British right, but the enclosures of Pierremont were also carried on the left. When night set in, the French had been driven back on all points towards Frasne, but they still held the firm of Gemincourt in front of the Duke's centre. Wellington and Muffling were unacquainted with the result of the collateral battle between Blucher and Napoleon, the cannonading of which they had been distinctly audible at Quatre Bras throughout the afternoon and evening. The Duke observed to Muffling that, of course, the two allied armies would assume the offensive against the enemy on the morrow, and consequently it would be better to capture the farm at once, instead of waiting till next morning. Muffling agreed in the Duke's views, and Gemincourt was forthwith attacked by the English and captured with little loss to its assailants. Muffling, page 242. Meanwhile, the French and the Prussians had been fighting in and around the villages of Ligny, Sombref and Saint-Amand, from 3 in the afternoon till 9 in the evening, with a savage inveteracy almost unparalleled in modern warfare. Blucher had in the field, when he began the battle, 83,417 men and 224 guns. Bulow's corps, which was 25,000 strong, had not joined him, but the field marshal hoped to be reinforced by it or by the English army before the end of the action. But Bulow, though through some error in the transmission of orders, was far in the rear, and the Duke of Wellington was engaged, as we have seen, with Marshal Ney. Blucher received early warning from Baron Muffling that the Duke could not come to his assistance. But, as Muffling observed, Wellington rendered the Prussians the great service of occupying more than 40,000 of the enemy, who otherwise would have crushed Blucher's right flank. 4. Not only did the conflict at Quatre Bras detain the French troops which actually took part in it, but d'Erlon received orders from Ney to join him, which hindered d'Erlon from giving effectual aid to Napoleon. Indeed, the whole of d'Erlon's corps, in the consequence of conflicting directions from Ney and the Emperor, marched and countermarched during the 16th between Quatre Bras and Ligny without firing a shot in either battle. Blucher had, in fact, a superiority of more than 12,000 in number over the French army that attacked him at Ligny. The numerical difference was even greater at the beginning of the battle, as Lobau's corps did not come up from Charleroi till 8 o'clock. After 5 hours and a half of desperate and long doubtful struggle, Napoleon succeeded in breaking the centre of the Prussian line at Ligny and in forcing his obstinate antagonists off the field of battle. The issue was attributable to his skill, and not to any want of spirit or resolution on the part of the Prussian troops. Nor did they, though defeated, abate one jot in discipline, heart, or hope. As Blucher observed, it was a battle in which his army lost the day, but not its honour. The Prussians retreated during the night of the 16th and the early part of the 17th with perfect regularity and steadiness. The retreat was directed not towards Maastricht, where their principal depots were established, but towards Wavre, so as to be able to maintain their communication with Wellington's army, and still follow out the original plan of the campaign. The heroism with which the Prussians endured and repaired their defeat at Ligny is more glorious than many victories. End of chapter 15, part 2. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Chapter 15, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Canada. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 3. The messenger who was sent to inform Wellington of the retreat of the Prussian army was shot on the way, and it was not until the morning of the 17th that the Allies, at Quatre Bras, knew the result of the Battle of Ligny. The Duke was ready at daybreak to take the offensive against the enemy with vigour, his whole army being by that time fully assembled. But on learning that Blucher had been defeated, a different course of action was clearly necessary. It was obvious that Napoleon's main army would now be directed against Wellington, and a retreat was inevitable. On ascertaining that the Prussian army had retired upon Wavre, there was no hot pursuit of them by the French, and that Bulow's corps had taken no part in the action at Ligny. The Duke resolved to march his army back towards Brussels, still intending to cover that city, and to halt at a point in line with Wavre, and there restore his communication with Blucher. An officer from Blucher's army reached the Duke about 9 o'clock, from whom he learned that the effective strength that Blucher still possessed, and how little discouraged his ally was by the yesterday's battle. Wellington sent word to the Prussian commander that he would halt in the position of Mont Saint-Jean, and accept the general battle with the French, if Blucher would pledge himself to come to his assistance with a single corps of 25,000 men. This was readily promised, and after allowing his men ample time for rest and refreshment, Wellington retired over about half the space between Quatre Bras and Brussels. He was pursued, but little molested, by the main French army, which about noon of the 17th moved latterly from Leni and joined Ney's forces, which had advanced through Quatre Bras when the British abandoned that position. The Earl of Uxbridge, with the British cavalry, covered the retreat of the Duke's army with great skill and gallantry, and a heavy thunderstorm, with torrents of rain, impeded the operations of the French pursuing squadrons. The Duke still expected that the French would endeavour to turn his right and march upon Brussels by the high road that leads through Mons and Halle. In order to counteract this anticipated manoeuvre, he stationed a force of 18,000 men under Prince Frederick of the Netherlands at Halle, with orders to maintain himself there if attacked as long as possible. The Duke halted with the rest of his army at the position near Mont Saint-Jean, which, from a village in its neighbourhood, has received the ever memorable name of the field of Waterloo. Wellington was now 12 miles distant, on a line running from west to east, from Wavre, where the Prussian army had now been completely reorganized and collected, and where it had been strengthened by the junction of Bulow's troops, which had taken no part in the Battle of Ligny. Blucher sent word from Wavre to the Duke that he was coming to help the English at Mont Saint-Jean in the morning, not with one corps, but with his whole army. The fiery old man only stipulated that the combined armies, if not attacked by Napoleon on the 18th, would themselves attack him on the 19th. So far were Blucher and his army from being in the state of annihilation described in the boastful bulletin by which Napoleon informed the Parisians of his victory at Ligny. Indeed, the French Emperor seems himself to have been misinformed as to the extent of loss which he had inflicted on the Prussians. Had he known in what good order and with what undiminished spirit they were retiring, he would scarcely have delayed sending a large force to press them in their retreat until noon on the 17th. Such, however, was the case. It was about that time that he confided to Marshal Grouchy the duty of pursuing the defeated Prussians and preventing them from joining Wellington. He placed for this purpose 32,000 men and 96 guns under his orders. Violent complaints and recriminations passed afterwards between the Emperor and the Marshal respecting the manner in which Grouchy attempted to perform this duty, and the reasons why he failed on the 18th to arrest the lateral movement of the Prussians from Wavre to Waterloo. It is sufficient to remark here that the force which Napoleon gave to Grouchy, although the utmost that the Emperor's limited means would allow, was insufficient to make head against the entire Prussian army, especially after Bulow's junction with Blucher. We shall presently have occasion to consider what opportunities were given to Grouchy during the 18th, and what he might have effected if he had been a man of original military genius. But the failure of Grouchy was in truth mainly owing to the indomitable heroism of Blucher himself, who, though he had received severe personal injuries in the Battle of Ligny, was as energetic and ready as ever in bringing his men into action again, and who had the resolution to expose a part of his army, under Tillman, to be overwhelmed by Grouchy at Wavre on the 18th, while he urged the march of the mass of his troops upon Waterloo. "It is not at Wavre, but at Waterloo," said the old field marshal, "that the campaign is to be decided," and he risked the detachment and won the campaign accordingly. Wellington and Blucher trusted each other as cordially and cooperated as zealously as formerly had been the case with Marlborough and Eugene. It was in full reliance on Blucher's promise to join him that the Duke stood his ground and fought at Waterloo, and those who have ventured to impugn the Duke's capacity as a general ought to have the common sense enough to perceive that to charge the Duke with having won the Battle of Waterloo by the help of the Prussians is really to say that he won it by the very means on which he relied, and without the expectation of which the battle would not have been fought. Napoleon himself has found fault with Wellington for not having retreated further so as to complete a junction of his army with Blucher's before he risked a general engagement. See Montholon's Memoirs, Volume 4, page 44. But, as we have seen, the Duke justly considered it important to protect Brussels. He had reason to expect that his army could singularly resist the French at Waterloo until the Prussians came up, and that, on the Prussians joining, there would be a sufficient force united under himself and Blucher for completely overwhelming the enemy. And while Napoleon thus censures his great adversary, he involuntarily bears the highest possible testimony to the military character of the English, and proves decisively of what paramount importance was the battle to which he challenged his fearless opponent. Napoleon asks, if the English army had been beaten at Waterloo, what would have been the use of those numerous bodies of troops, of Prussians, Austrians, Germans, and Spaniards, which were advancing by forced marches to the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees? Ibid. The strength of the army under the Duke of Wellington at Waterloo was 49,608 infantry, 12,402 cavalry, and 5,648 artillerymen, with 156 guns. Seaborn, Volume 1, page 376. But of this total of 67,655 men, scarcely 24,000 were British, a circumstance of very serious importance, if Napoleon's own estimate of the relative value of troops of different nations is to be taken. In the Emperor's own words, speaking of this campaign, a French soldier would not be equal to more than one English soldier, but he would not be afraid to meet 2 Dutchmen, Prussians, or soldiers of the Confederation. Montholon's Memoirs, Volume 4, page 41. There were about 6,000 men of the old German Legion with the Duke. These were veteran troops, and of excellent quality. Of the rest of the army, the Hanoverians and Brunswickers proved themselves deserving of confidence and praise. But the Nassauers, Dutch, and Belgians were almost worthless, and not a few of them were justly expected of a strong wish to fight, if they fought at all, under the French eagles rather than against them. Napoleon's army at Waterloo consisted of 48,950 infantry, 15,765 cavalry, 7,232 artillerymen, being a total of 71,947 men and 246 guns. See Seaborn, Ut Supra. They were the flower of the national forces of France, and of all the numerous gallant armies which that martial land has poured forth, never was there one braver or better disciplined or better led than the host that took up its position at Waterloo on the morning of the 18th of June, 1815. Perhaps those who have not seen the field of battle at Waterloo, or the admirable model of the ground, and of the conflicting armies, which was executed by Captain Seaborn, may gain a generally accurate idea of the localities, by picturing to themselves a valley between 2 and 3 miles long, of various breadths at different points, but generally not exceeding half a mile. On each side of the valley there is a winding chain of low hills running somewhat parallel with each other. The declivity from which each of these ranges of hills to the intervening valley is gentle but not uniform, the undulations of the ground being frequent and considerable. The English army was posted on the northern, and the French army occupied the southern ridge. The artillery of each side thundered at the other from their respective heights throughout the day, and the charges of horse and foot were made across that valley that has been described. The village of Mont Saint-Jean is situate a little behind the centre of the northern chain of hills, and the village of La Belle Alliance is close behind the centre of the southern ridge. The high road from Charleroi to Brussels, a broad paved causeway, runs through both these villages, and bisects therefore both the English and the French positions. The line of this road was the line of Napoleon's intended advance on Brussels. There are some other local particulars connected with the situation of each army, which it is necessary to bear in mind. The strength of the British position did not consist merely in the occupation of a ridge of high ground. A village and ravine, called Merk-Braine, on the Duke of Wellington's extreme right, secured his flank from being turned on that side, and on his extreme left 2 little hamlets called La Haye and Papelotte gave a similar, though a slighter, protection. Behind the whole British position is the extensive forest of Soignes. As no attempt was made by the French to turn either of the English flanks, and the battle was a day of straightforward fighting, it is chiefly important to ascertain what posts there were in front of the British line of hills, of which advantage could be taken either to repel or facilitate an attack, and it will be seen that there were two, and that each was of very great importance in the action. In front of the British right, that is to say, on the northern slope of the valley towards its western end, there stood an old-fashioned Flemish farmhouse called Goumont, or Hougoumont, with outbuildings and a garden, and with a copse of beech trees of about 2 acres in extent around it. This was strongly garrisoned by the Allied troops, and, while it was in their possession, it was difficult for the enemy to press on and force the British right wing. On the other hand, if the enemy could take it, it would be difficult for that wing to keep its ground on the heights, with a strong post held adversely in its intermediate front, being one that would give much shelter to the enemy's marksmen, and great facilities for the sudden concentration of attacking columns. Almost immediately in front of the British centre, and not so far down the slope as Hougoumont, there was another farmhouse, of a similar size, called La Haye-Sainte, not to be confounded with the hamlet of La Haye at the extreme left of the British line, which was also held by the British troops, and the occupation of which was found to be of very serious consequence. With respect to the French position, the principal feature to be noticed is the village of Plachinois, which lay a little in the rear of their right, i.e. on the eastern side, and which proved to be of great importance in aiding them to check the advance of the Prussians. Napoleon, in his memoirs, and other French writers, have vehemently blamed the Duke for having given battle in such a position as that of Waterloo. They particularly object that the Duke fought without having the means of a retreat. If the attacks of his enemy had proved successful, and that the English army, if once broken, must have lost all its guns and materiel in its flight through the forest of Soignes that lay in its rear. In answer to these censures, instead of merely referring to the event of the battle as proof of the correctness of the Duke's judgment, it has to be observed that many military critics of high authority have considered the position of Waterloo to have been admirably adapted for the Duke's purpose of protecting Brussels by a battle, and that certainly the Duke's opinion in favour of it was not lightly or hastily formed. It is a remarkable fact, mentioned in the speech of Lord Bathurst when moving the vote of thanks to the Duke in the House of Lords, Parliamentary Debates, Volume 31, page 875, that when the Duke of Wellington was passing through Belgium in the preceding summer of 1814, he particularly noted the strength of the position of Waterloo, and made a minute of it at the time, stating to those who were with him that if it ever should be his fate to fight a battle in that quarter for the protection of Brussels, he should endeavour to do so in that position. And with respect to the forest of Soignes, which the French, and some few English, critics have thought calculated to prove so fatal to a retreating force, the Duke on the contrary believed it to be a post that might have proved of infinite value to his army in the event of his having been obliged to give way. The forest of Soignes has no thicket or masses of close-growing trees. It consists of tall beeches, and is everywhere passable for men and horses. The artillery could have been withdrawn by the broad road which traverses it towards Brussels, and in the meantime a few regiments of absolute infantry could have held the forest and kept the pursuers in check. One of the best writers on the Waterloo campaign, Captain Pringle, see the appendix to the 8th volume of Scott's Life of Napoleon, well observes that every person the least experienced in war knows the extreme difficulty of forcing infantry from a wood which cannot be turned. The defence of the Bois de Bossu near Quatre-Bras on the 16th of June had given a good proof of this, and the Duke of Wellington, when speaking in years of the possible events that might have followed if he had been beaten back from the open field of Waterloo, pointed to the wood of Soignes as his secure rallying place, saying, "They never could have beaten us so that we could not have held the wood against them." he was always confident that he could have made good that post until joined by the Prussians, upon whose cooperation he throughout depended. See Lord Ellesmere's Life and Character of the Duke of Wellington, page 40. As has already been mentioned, the Prussians, on the morning of the 18th, were at Wavre, which is about 12 miles to the east of the field of battle of Waterloo. The junction of Bulow's division had more than made up for the loss sustained at Ligny, and leaving Tillman with about 17,000 men to hold his ground, as best he could, against the attack which Grouchy was about to make on Wavre, Bulow and Blucher moved with the rest of the Prussians through Saint-Lambert upon Waterloo. It was calculated that they would be there by 3 o'clock, but the extremely difficult nature of the ground which they had to traverse, rendered worse by the torrents of rain that had just fallen, delayed them long on their 12 miles' march. An army, indeed, less animated by bitter hate against the enemy than was the Prussians, and under a less energetic chief than Blucher, would have failed altogether in effecting a passage through the swamps into which the incessant rain had transformed the greater part of the ground, through which it was necessary to move not only with columns of foot, but with cavalry and artillery. At one point of the march, on entering the defile of Saint-Lambert, the spirits of the Prussians almost gave way. Exhausted in the attempts to extricate and drag forth the heavy guns, the men began to murmur. Blucher came to the spot and heard cries from the ranks of, "We cannot get on." "But you must get on," was the old field marshal's answer. "I have pledged my word to Wellington, and you surely will not make me break it. Only exert yourselves for a few hours longer, and we are sure of victory." This appeal from old Marshal forwards, as the Prussian soldiers loved to call Blucher, had its wonted effect. The Prussians again moved forward, slowly indeed, and with pain and toil, but still they moved forward. See Seaborn, Volume 2, page 137. End of Chapter 15, Part 3. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Quebec.
Chapter 15, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 4. The French and British armies lay on the open field during the wet and stormy night of the 17th, and when the dawn of the memorable 18th of June broke, the rain was still descending heavily upon Waterloo. The rival nations rose from their dreary bivouacs, and began to form, each on the high ground which it occupied. Toward 9, the weather grew clearer, and each army was able to watch the position and arrangements of the other on the opposite side of the valley. The Duke of Wellington drew up his army in 2 lines, the principal one being stationed near the crest of the ridge of hills already described, and the other being arranged along the slope in the rear of his position. Commencing from the eastward, on the extreme left of the first or main line, were Vivian's and Vandeleur's brigades of light cavalry, and the 5th Hanoverian Brigade of infantry under von Vincke. Then came Best's 4th Hanoverian Brigade. Detachments from these bodies of troops occupied the little villages of Pampelot and Le Hay, down the hollow in advance of the left of the Duke's position. To the right of Best's Hanoverians, Bylandt's brigade of Dutch and Belgian infantry was drawn up on the outer slope of the heights. Behind them were the 9th Brigade of British infantry under Pack, and to the right of these last, but more in advance, stood the 8th Brigade of English infantry under Kempt. These were close to the Charleroi road, and to the centre of the entire position. These 2 English brigades, with the 5th Hanoverian, made up the 5th Division, commanded by Sir Thomas Picton. Immediately to their right, and westward of the Charleroi road, stood the 3rd Division, commanded by General Alten, and consisting of Amtida's brigade of the King's German Legion, and Kalmansegi's Hanoverian brigade. The important post of Le Hay-Saint, which it will be remembered lay in front of the Duke's centre, close to the Charleroi road, was garrisoned with troops from this division. Westward, and on the front of Kielmansegge's Hanoverians, stood the 5th British Brigade under Halkett, and behind, Kruse's Nassau Brigade was posted. On the right of Halkett's men stood the English Guards. They were in 2 brigades, one commanded by Maitland and the other by Byng. The entire division was under General Cooke. The buildings and gardens of Hougoumont, which lay immediately under the height on which stood the British Guards, were principally manned by detachments from Byng's brigade, aided by some brave Hanoverian riflemen, and accompanied by a battalion of a Nassau regiment. On a plateau in the rear of Cooke's division of Guards, and inclining westward toward the village of Merc-Brun, were Clinton's 2nd Infantry Division, composed of Adams' 3rd Brigade of Light Infantry, Duplat's 1st Brigade of the King's German Legion, and 3rd Hanoverian Brigade under Colonel Hackett. The Duke formed his 2nd line of cavalry. This only extended behind the right and center of his 1st line. The largest mass was drawn up behind the brigades of infantry in the center, on either side of the Charleroi road. The brigade of household cavalry, under Lord Somerset, was on the immediate right of the road, and on the left of it was Ponsonby's brigade. Behind these were Tripp's and Gingy's brigades of Dutch and Belgian horse. The 3rd Hussars of the King's German Legion were to the right of Somerset's brigade. To the right of these, and behind Maitland's infantry, stood the 3rd Brigade under Dornberg, consisting of the 23rd English Light Dragoons and the regiments of Light Dragoons of the King's German Legion. The last cavalry on the right was Grant's brigade, stationed in the rear of the Foot Guards. The corps of Brunswickers, both horse and foot, and the 10th British Brigade of foot, were in reserve behind the center and right of the entire position. The artillery was distributed at convenient intervals along the front of the whole line. Besides the generals who have been mentioned, Lord Hill, Lord Uxbridge, who had the general command of the cavalry, the Prince of Orange, and General Chase were present and acting under the Duke. Prince Frederick's force remained at Hal, and took no part in the battle of the 18th. The reason for this arrangement, which has been much cavilled at, may be best given in the words of Baron Muffling. The Duke had retired from Quatre Bras in 3 columns, by 3 chaussées, and on the evening of the 17th, Prince Frederick of Orange was at Hal, Lord Hill at Braine-l'Alleud, and the Prince of Orange with the reserve at Mont Saint-Jean. This distribution was necessary, as Napoleon could dispose of these 3 roads for his advance on Brussels. Napoleon on the 17th had pressed on by Genappe as far as Rossomme. On the 2 other roads no enemy had yet shown himself. On the 18th, the offensive was taken by Napoleon on its greatest scale, but still the Nivelle road was not overstepped by his left wing. These circumstances made it possible to draw Prince Frederick to the army, which would certainly have been done if entirely new circumstances had not arisen. The Duke had, 24 hours before, pledged himself to accept a battle at Mont Saint-Jean if Blucher would assist him there with 1 corps of 25,000 men. This being promised, the Duke was taking his measures for defense when he learned that, in addition to the 1 corps promised, Blucher was actually already on the march with his whole force to break in by Planchenoit on Napoleon's flank and rear. If 3 corps of the Prussian army should penetrate by the unguarded plateau of Rossomme, which was not improbable, Napoleon would be thrust from his line of retreat by Genappe, and might possibly lose even that by Nivelle. In this case, Prince Frederick, with his 18,000 men, who might be accounted superfluous at Mont Saint-Jean, might have rendered the most essential service. See Mifflin, page 246, and the Quarterly Review, number 178. It is also worthy of observation that Napoleon actually detached a force of 2,000 cavalry to threaten Hal, though they returned to the main French army during the night of the 17th. On the opposite heights, the French army was drawn up in 2 general lines, with the entire force of the Imperial Guards, cavalry as well as infantry, in the rear of the center as a reserve. The first line of the French army was formed of the 2 corps commanded by Count d'Erlon and Count Reille. D'Erlon's corps was on the right, that is, eastward of the Charleroi road, and consisted of 4 divisions of infantry under Generals Duret, Marcognet, Alix, and Donzelot, and 1 division of light cavalry under General Jacquinot. Count Reille's corps formed the left or western wing, and was formed of Bachelot's, Foy's, and Jerome Bonaparte's divisions of infantry, and of Pire's division of cavalry. The right wing of the second general French line was formed of Milhaud's corps, consisting of 2 divisions of heavy cavalry. The left wing of this line was formed by Kellerman's cavalry corps, also in 2 divisions. Thus, each of the corps of infantry that composed the first line had a corps of cavalry behind it. But the second line consisted also of Lobau's corps of infantry and Domont and Supervy's divisions of light cavalry. These 3 bodies of troops being drawn up on either side of the Belle Alliance, and forming the center of the second line. The third or reserve line had its center composed of the infantry of the Imperial Guard. 2 regiments of grenadiers and 2 of chasseurs formed the foot of the old guard under General Friant. The middle guard under Count Morand was similarly composed, while 2 regiments of voltigeurs and 2 of tirailleurs under Duzem constituted the young guard. The chasseurs and lancers of the guard were on the right of the infantry, under Lefebvre Duzenet, and the grenadiers and dragoons of the guards, under Guillot, were on the left. All the French corps comprised, besides their cavalry and infantry regiments, strong batteries of horse artillery, and Napoleon's numerical superiority in guns was of deep importance throughout the action. Besides the leading generals who have been mentioned as commanding particular corps, Ney and Soult were present, and acted as the Emperor's lieutenants in the battle. English military critics have highly eulogized the admirable arrangement which Napoleon made of his forces of each arm, so as to give him the most ample means of sustaining, by an immediate and sufficient support, any attack from whatever point he might direct it, and of drawing promptly together a strong force to resist any attack that might be made on himself in any part of the field. When his troops were all arrayed, he rode along the lines, receiving everywhere the most enthusiastic cheers from his men, of whose entire devotion to him his assurance was now doubly sure. On the northern side of the valley, the Duke's army was also drawn up, and ready to meet the menaced attack. Wellington had caused, on the preceding night, every brigade and corps to take up its station on or near the part of the ground which it was intended to hold in the coming battle. He had slept a few hours at his headquarters in the village of Waterloo, and rising on the 18th, while it was yet deep night, he wrote several letters to the governor of Antwerp, to the English minister at Brussels, and other official personages, in which he expressed his confidence that all would go well, but, as it was necessary to provide against serious losses should any accident occur, he gave a series of judicious orders for what should be done in the rear of the army in the event of the battle going against the Allies. He also, before he left the village of Waterloo, saw to the distribution of the reserves of ammunition which had been parked there, so that supplies should be readily forwarded to every part of the line of battle where they might be required. The Duke also personally inspected the arrangements that had been made for receiving the wounded, and providing temporary hospitals in the houses in the rear of the army. Then, mounting the favourite charger, a small thoroughbred chestnut horse named Copenhagen, Wellington rode forward to the range of hills where his men were posted. Accompanied by his staff, and by the Prussian General Muffling, he rode along his lines, carefully inspecting all the details of his position. Hougoumont was the object of his special attention. He rode down to the southeastern extremity of its enclosures, and after having examined the nearest French troops, he made some changes in the disposition of his own men who were to defend that important post. Having given his final orders about Hougoumont, the Duke galloped back to the high ground in the right centre of his position, and halting there, sat watching the enemy on the opposite heights, and conversing with his staff with that cheerful serenity which was ever his characteristic in the hour of battle. Not all brave men are thus gifted, and many a glance of anxious excitement must have been cast across the valley that separated the two hosts during the protracted pause which ensued between the completion of Napoleon's preparations for attack and the actual commencement of the contest. It was indeed an awful calm before the coming storm, when armed myriads stood gazing on their armed foes, scanning their number, their array, their probable powers of resistance and destruction, and listening with throbbing hearts for the momentarily expected note of death, while visions of victory and glory came thronging on each soldier's high-strung brain, not unmingled with recollections of the home which his fall might soon leave desolate, nor without shrinking nature sometimes prompting the cold thought that in a few moments he might be writhing in agony, or lie a trampled and mangled mass of clay on the grass now waving so freshly and purely before him. Such thoughts will arise in human breasts, though the brave man soon silences "the child within us that trembles before death." See Plato, Phaedon, and Grote's History of Greece, Volume 8, page 656. And nerves himself for the coming struggle by the mental preparation which Xenophon has finely called "the soldier's arraying his own soul for battle." Well, too, may we hope and believe that many a spirit sought aid from a higher and holier source, and that many a fervent though silent prayer arose on that Sabbath morn. The battle of Waterloo was fought on a Sunday, to the Lord of the Sabbath, the God of battles, from the ranks whence so many thousands were about to appear that day before his judgment seat. Not only to those who were thus present as spectators and actors in the dread drama, but to all Europe, the decisive contest then impending between the rival French and English nations, each under its chosen chief, was the object of exciting interest and deepest solicitude. Never indeed had two such generals as the Duke of Wellington and the Emperor Napoleon encountered since the day when Scipio and Hannibal met at Zama. See Supra, page 82. The two great champions who now confronted each other were equals in years, and each had entered the military profession at the same early age. The more conspicuous stage on which the French general's youthful genius was displayed, his heritage of the whole military power of the French Republic, the position on which for years he was elevated as sovereign head of an empire surpassing that of Charlemagne, and the dizzying results of his victories, which made and unmade kings, had given him a formidable preeminence in the eyes of mankind. Military men spoke with justly rapturous admiration of the brilliancy of his first Italian campaigns, when he broke through the pedantry of traditional tactics, and with a small but promptly wielded force shattered army after army of the Austrians, conquered provinces and capitals, dictated treaties, and annihilated or created states. The iniquity of his Egyptian expedition was too often forgotten in contemplating the skill and boldness with which he destroyed the Mameluke cavalry at the Pyramids and the Turkish infantry at Aboukir. None could forget the marvellous passage of the Alps in 1800, or the victory of Marengo, which wrested Italy back from Austria, and destroyed the fruit of 20 victories which the enemies of France had gained over her in the absence of her favourite chief. Even higher seemed the glories of his German campaigns, the triumphs of Ulm, of Austerlitz, of Jena, of Wagram. Napoleon's disasters in Russia in 1812 were imputed by his admirers to the elements. His reverses in Germany in 1813 were attributed by them to treachery, and even those two calamitous years had been signalized by his victories at Borodino, at Lutzen, at Bautzen, at Dresden, and at Hanau. His last campaign in the early months of 1814 was rightly cited as the most splendid exhibition of his military genius, when, with a far inferior army, he long checked and frequently defeated the vast hosts that were poured upon France. His followers fondly hoped that the campaign of 1815 would open with another "week of miracles," like that which had seen his victories at Montmirail and Montereau. The laurel of Ligny was even now fresh upon his brows. Blucher had not stood before him, and who was the adversary that now should bar the Emperor's way? That adversary had already overthrown the Emperor's best generals and the Emperor's best armies, and, like Napoleon himself, had achieved a reputation in more than European wars. Wellington was illustrious as the destroyer of the Mahratta power, as the liberator of Portugal and Spain, and the successful invader of southern France. In early youth he had held high command in India, and had displayed eminent skill in planning and combining movements, and unrivalled celerity and boldness in execution. On his return to Europe, several years passed away before any fitting opportunity was accorded for the exercise of his genius. In this important respect, Wellington as a subject and Napoleon as a sovereign were far differently situated. At length, his appointment to the command in the Spanish peninsula gave him the means of showing Europe that England had a general who could revive the glories of Creasy, of Poictiers, of Agincourt, of Blenheim, and of Ramil. At the head of forces always numerically far inferior to the armies with which Napoleon deluged the peninsula, thwarted by jealous and incompetent allies, ill supported by friends, and assailed by factious enemies at home, Wellington maintained the war for several years, unstained by any serious reverse, and marked by victory in 13 pitched battles, at Vimera, the Douro, Talavera, Busaco, Fuentes d'Onor, Salamanca, Vittoria, the Pyrenees, the Bidassoa, the Nive, the Nivelle, Orthez, and Toulouse. Junot, Victor, Messina, Ney, Marmont, and Jourdan, marshals whose names were the terrors of continental Europe, had been baffled by his skill and smitten down by his energy, while he liberated the kingdoms of the peninsula from them and their imperial master. In vain did Napoleon at last dispatch Soult, the ablest of his lieutenants, to turn the tide of Wellington's success and defend France against the English invader. Wellington met Soult's manoeuvres with superior skill, and his boldness with superior vigour. When Napoleon's first abdication, in 1814, suspended hostilities, Wellington was the master of the fairest districts of southern France, and he had under him a veteran army with which, to use his own expressive phrase, he felt he could have gone anywhere and done anything. The fortune of war had hitherto kept separate the orbits in which Napoleon and he had moved. Now, on the ever memorable 18th of June, 1815, they met at last. End of chapter 15, part 4. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. Chapter 15, part 5 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edwin Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 5. It is, indeed, remarkable that Napoleon, during his numerous campaigns in Spain, as well as other countries, not only never encountered the Duke of Wellington before the day of Waterloo, but that he was never until then personally engaged with British troops, except at the siege of Toulon in 1793, which was the very first incident of his military career. Many, however, of the French generals who were with him in 1815 knew well, by sharp experience, what English soldiers were, and what the leader was who now headed them. Ney, Foy, and other officers who had served in the Peninsula warned Napoleon that he would find the English infantry very devils in fight. The Emperor, however, persisted in employing the old system of attack, with which the French generals often succeeded against continental troops, but which had always failed against the English in the Peninsula. He adhered to his usual tactics of employing the order of the column, a mode of attack probably favoured by him, as Sir Walter Scott remarks, on account of his faith in the extreme valour of the French officers by whom the column was headed. It is a threatening formation, well calculated to shake the firmness of ordinary foes, but which, when steadily met, as the English have met it, by heavy volleys of musketry from an extended line, followed up by a resolute bayonet charge, has always resulted in disaster to the assailants. See especially Sir W. Napier's glorious pictures of the battles of Busaco and Albuera. The theoretical advantages of the attack in column and its peculiar fitness for a French army are set forth in the Chevalier Folliard's Trait de la Colonne, preface to the first volume of his Polybus. See also the preface to his 6th volume. It was approaching noon before the action commenced. Napoleon, in his Memoirs, gives as the reason for this delay the miry state of the ground through the heavy rain of the preceding night and day, which rendered it impossible for cavalry or artillery to manoeuvre on it till a few hours of dry weather had given it its natural consistency. It has been supposed also that he trusted to the effect which the sight of the imposing array of his own forces was likely to produce on the part of the allied army. The Belgian regiments had been tampered with, and Napoleon had well-founded hopes of seeing them quit the Duke of Wellington in a body, and range themselves under his own eagles. The Duke, however, who knew and did not trust them, had guarded against the risk of this by breaking up the corps of Belgians, and distributing them in separate regiments among troops on whom he could rely. At last, at about 11:30 o'clock, Napoleon began the battle by directing a powerful force from his left wing, under his brother, Prince Jerome, to attack Hougoumont. Column after column of the French now descended from the west of the southern heights, and assailed that post with fiery valour, which was encountered with the most determined bravery. The French won the copse around the house, but a party of British guards held the house itself throughout the day. The whole of Byng's brigade was required to man this hotly contested post. Amid shell and shot, and the blazing fragments of part of the buildings, this obstinate contest was continued. But still the English were firm in Hougoumont, though the French occasionally moved forward in such numbers as enabled them to surround and mask it with part of their troops from their left wing, while others pressed onward up the slope and assailed the British right. The cannonade, which commenced at first between the British right and the French left, in consequence of the attack on Hougoumont, soon became general along both lines, and, about 1 o'clock, Napoleon directed a grand attack to be made under Marshal Ney upon the centre and left wing of the allied army. For this purpose 4 columns of infantry, amounting to about 18,000 men, were collected, supported by a strong division of cavalry under the celebrated Kellerman, and 74 guns were brought forward ready to be posted on the ridge of a little undulation of the ground in the interval between the 2 principal chains of heights, so as to bring their fire to bear on the Duke's line at a range of about 700 yards. By the combined assault of these formidable forces, led on by Ney, "the bravest of the brave," Napoleon hoped to force the left centre of the British position to take La Haye Sainte, and then pressing forward to occupy also the farm of Mont Saint Jean. He then could cut the mass of Wellington's troops off from their line of retreat upon Brussels, and from their own left, and also completely sever them from any Prussian troops that might be approaching. The columns destined for this great and decisive operation descended majestically from the French line of hills, and gained the ridge of the intervening eminence on which the batteries that supported them were now ranged. As the columns descended again from this eminence, the 74 guns opened over their heads with terrible effect upon the troops of the Allies that were stationed on the heights to the left of the Charleroi road. One of the French columns kept to the east, and attacked the extreme left of the Allies. The other 3 continued to move rapidly forward upon the left centre of the Allied position. The front line of the Allies here was composed of Bylandt's brigade of Dutch and Belgians. As the French columns moved up the southward slope of the height on which the Dutch and Belgians stood, and the skirmishers in advance began to open fire, Bylandt's entire brigade turned and fled in disgraceful and disorderly panic. But there were men more worthy of the name behind. In this part of the second line of the Allies were posted Pack and Kemp's brigades of English infantry, which had suffered severely at Quatre Bras. But Picton was here as general of division, and not even Ney himself surpassed in resolute bravery that stern and fiery spirit. Picton brought his 2 brigades forward, side by side, in a thin, 2-deep line. Thus joined together, they were not 3,000 strong. With these, Picton had to make head against the 3 victorious French columns, upward of 4 times that strength, and who, encouraged by the easy rout of the Dutch and Belgians, now came confidently over the ridge of the hill. The British infantry stood firm, and as the French halted and began to deploy into line, Picton seized the critical moment. He shouted, in his stentorian voice, to Kemp's brigade, "A volley, and then charge!" At a distance of less than 30 yards, that volley was poured upon the devoted first sections of the nearest column, and then, with a fierce hurrah, the British dashed in with the bayonet. Picton was shot dead as he rushed forward, but his men pushed on with a cold steel. The French reeled back in confusion. Pack's infantry had checked the other 2 columns, and down came a whirlwind of British horse on the whole mass, sending them staggering from the crest of the hill, and cutting them down by whole battalions. Ponsonby's brigade of heavy cavalry, the Union Brigade it was called, from its being made up of the British Royals, the Scots Greys, and the Irish Inskillings, did this good service. On went the horsemen amid the wrecks of the French columns, capturing 2 eagles and 2,000 prisoners. Onward still they galloped, and sabred the artillerymen of Ney's 74 advanced guns. Then severing the traces and cutting the throats of the artillery horses, they rendered these guns totally useless to the French throughout the remainder of the day. While thus far advanced beyond the British position, and disordered by success, they were charged by a large body of French lancers, and driven back with severe loss, till Vandeleur's light horse came to their aid, and beat off the French lancers in their turn. Equally unsuccessful with the advance of the French infantry in this grand attack had been the efforts of the French cavalry who moved forward in support of it, along the east of the Charleroi road. Somerset's cavalry of the English Household Brigade had been launched, on the right of Picton's division, against the French horse, at the same time that the English Union Brigade of heavy horse charged the French infantry columns on the left. Somerset's brigade was formed of the Life Guards, the Blues, and the Dragoon Guards. The hostile cavalry, which Kellerman led forward, consisted chiefly of cuirassiers. This steel-clad mass of French horsemen rode down some companies of German infantry near La Haye Sainte, and flushed with success, they bounded onward to the ridge of the British position. The English Household Brigade, led on by the Earl of Uxbridge in person, spurred forward to the encounter, and in an instant the 2 adverse lines of strong swordsmen, on their strong steeds, dashed furiously together. A desperate and sanguinary hand-to-hand fight ensued, in which the physical superiority of the Anglo-Saxons, guided by equal skill, and animated with equal valour, was made decisively manifest. Back went the chosen cavalry of France, and after them, in hot pursuit, spurred the English guards. They went forward as far and as fiercely as their comrades of the Union Brigade, and, like them, the Household Cavalry suffered severely before they regained the British position after their magnificent charge and adventurous pursuit. Napoleon's grand effort to break the English left centre had thus completely failed, and his right wing was seriously weakened by the heavy loss which it had sustained. Hougoumont was still being assailed, and was still successfully resisting. Troops were now beginning to appear at the edge of the horizon on Napoleon's right, which he too well knew to be Prussian, though he endeavoured to persuade his followers that they were Grouchy's men coming to their aid. Grouchy was in fact now engaged at Wavre, with his whole force, against Thielmam's single Prussian corps, while the other 3 corps of the Prussian army were moving without opposition, save from the difficulties of the ground, upon Waterloo. Grouchy believed, on the 17th, and caused Napoleon to believe, that the Prussian army was retreating by lines of march remote from Waterloo, upon Namur and Maestricht. Napoleon learned only on the 18th that there were Prussians in Wavre, and felt jealous about the security of his own right. He accordingly, before he attacked the English, sent Grouchy orders to engage the Prussians at Wavre without delay, and to approach the main French army so as to unite his communications with the emperors. Grouchy entirely neglected this last part of his instructions, and in attacking the Prussians, whom he found at Wavre, he spread his force more and more toward his right, that is to say, in the direction most remote from Napoleon. He thus knew nothing of Blucher's and Bülow's flank march upon Waterloo, till 6 in the evening of the 18th, when he received a note which Soult, by Napoleon's orders, had sent off from the field of battle at Waterloo at 1 o'clock, to inform Grouchy that Bülow was coming over the heights of St. Lambert on the Emperor's right flank, and directing Grouchy to approach and join the main army instantly, and crush Bülow in flagrant délit. It was then too late for Grouchy to obey, but it is remarkable that as early as noon on the 18th, and while Grouchy had not proceeded as far as Wavre, he and his suite heard the sound of heavy cannonading in the direction of Planchenoit and Mount St. Jean. General Gerard, who was with Grouchy, implored him to march toward the cannonade and join his operations with those of Napoleon, who was evidently engaged with the English. Grouchy refused to do so, or even to detach part of his force in that direction. He said that his instructions were to fight the Prussians at Wavre. He marched upon Wavre and fought for the rest of the day with Thielman accordingly, while Blucher and Bülow were attacking the Emperor. I have heard the remark made that Grouchy twice had in his hands the power of changing the destinies of Europe, and twice wanted nerve to act. First, when he flinched from landing the French army at Bantry Bay in 1796. He was second in command to Hoche, whose ship was blown back by a storm. And secondly, when he failed to lead his whole force from Wavre to the scene of decisive conflict at Waterloo. But such were the arrangements of the Prussian general, that even if Grouchy had marched upon Waterloo, he would have been held in check by the nearest Prussian corps, or certainly by the 2 nearest ones, while the rest proceeded to join Wellington. This, however, would have diminished the number of Prussians who appeared at Waterloo, and, what is still more important, would have kept them back to a later hour. There are some very valuable remarks on this subject in the 70th number of the Quarterly, in an article on the life of Blucher, usually attributed to Sir Francis Head. The Prussian writer General Clausewitz is there cited as expressing a positive opinion, in which every military critic but a Frenchman must concur, that even had the whole of Grouchy's force been at Napoleon's disposal, the Duke had nothing to fear pending Blucher's arrival. The Duke is often talked of as having exhausted his reserves in the action. This is another gross error, which Clausewitz has thoroughly disposed of. He enumerates the 10th British Brigade, the division of Chase, and the cavalry of Collaert as having been little or not at all engaged, and he might have also added 2 brigades of light cavalry. The fact also that Wellington did not at any part of the day order up Prince Frederick's corps from Hal is a conclusive proof that the Duke was not so distressed as some writers have represented. Hal is not 10 miles from the field of Waterloo. Napoleon had witnessed with bitter disappointment the rout of his troops, foot, horse, and artillery, which attacked the left centre of the English, and the obstinate resistance which the garrison of Hougoumont opposed to all the exertions of his left wing. He now caused the batteries along the line of high ground held by him to be strengthened, and for some time an unremitting and most destructive cannonade raged across the valley, to the partial cessation of other conflict. But the superior fire of the French artillery, though it weakened, could not break the British line, and more close and summary measures were requisite. It was now about half past 3 o'clock, and though Wellington's army had suffered severely by the unremitting cannonade, and in the late desperate encounter, no part of the British position had been forced. Napoleon determined, therefore, to try what effect he could produce on the British centre and right by charges of his splendid cavalry, brought on in such force that the Duke's cavalry could not check them. Fresh troops were at the same time sent to assail La Haye Sainte and Hougoumont, the possession of these posts being the Emperor's unceasing object. Squadron after squadron of the French cuirassiers accordingly ascended the slopes on the Duke's right, and rode forward with dauntless courage against the batteries of the British artillery in that part of the field. The artillerymen were driven from their guns, and the cuirassiers cheered loudly at their supposed triumph. But the Duke had formed his infantry in squares, and the cuirassiers charged in vain against the impenetrable hedges of bayonets, while the fire from the inner ranks of the squares told with terrible effect on their squadrons. Time after time they rode forward with invariably the same result, and as they receded from each attack, the British artillerymen rushed forward from the centres of the squares where they had taken refuge, and plied their guns on the retiring horsemen. Nearly the whole of Napoleon's magnificent body of heavy cavalry was destroyed in these fruitless attempts upon the British right. But in another part of the field, fortune favoured him for a time. 2 French columns of infantry from Donzelot's division took La Haye Sainte between 6 and 7 o'clock, and the means were now given for organizing another formidable attack on the centre of the Allies. On came the whirlwind, like the last but fiercest sweep of tempest blast. On came the whirlwind's steel gleams broke, like lightning through the rolling smoke. The war was waked anew. 300 cannon mouths roared loud, and from their throats, with flash and cloud, their showers of iron threw. Beneath their fire, in full career, rushed on the ponderous cuirassier. The lancer couched his ruthless spear, and hurrying as to havoc near, the cohort's eagles flew. In one dark torrent, broad and strong, the advancing onset rolled along, forth harbingered by fierce acclaim, that from the shroud of smoke and flame pealed wildly the imperial name. But on the British heart were lost the terrors of the charging host, for not an eye the storm that viewed changed its proud glance of fortitude, nor was one forward footstep stayed, as dropped the dying and the dead. Fast as their ranks the thunders tear, fast they renewed each serried square, and on the wounded and the slain closed their diminished files again, till from their line scarce spear's length 3, emerging from the smoke they see helmet and plume and panoply. Then wake their fire at once, each musketeer's revolving knell, as fast as regularly fell, as when they practised to display their discipline on festal day. Then down went helm and lance, down were the eagle banners sent, down reeling steeds and riders went. Corslets were pierced and pennons rent, and, to augment the fray, wheeled full against their staggering flanks, the English horsemen's foaming ranks forced their resistless way. Then to the musket knell succeeds the clash of swords, the neigh of steeds, as plies the smith his clanging trade, against the cuirass rang the blade, and while amid their close array the well-served cannon rent their way, and while amid their scattered band raged the fierce rider's bloody brand, recoiled in common rout and fear lancer and guard and cuirassier, horseman and foot, a mingled host, their leaders fallen, their standards lost. Scott. There was no time to be lost. Blucher and Bülow were beginning to press hard upon the French right. As early as 5 o'clock, Napoleon had been obliged to detach Lobau's infantry and Demont's horse to check these new enemies. They succeeded in doing so for a time, but as larger numbers of the Prussians came on the field, they turned Lobau's right flank, and sent a strong force to seize the village of Planchenoit, which it will be remembered lay in the rear of the French right. End of chapter 15, part 5. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. Chapter 15, part 6 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 6. The design of the Allies was not merely to prevent Napoleon from advancing upon Brussels, but to cut off his line of retreat and utterly destroy his army. The defense of Planchenoit therefore became absolutely essential for the safety of the French, and Napoleon was obliged to send his young guard to occupy that village, which was accordingly held by them with great gallantry against the reiterated assaults of the Prussian left under Bülow. 3 times did the Prussians fight their way into Planchenoit, and as often did the French drive them out. The contest was maintained with the fiercest desperation on both sides, such being the animosity between the two nations that quarter was seldom given or even asked. Other Prussian forces were now appearing on the field nearer to the English left, whom also Napoleon kept in check by troops detached for that purpose. Thus, a large part of the French army was now thrown back on a line at right angles with the line of that portion which still confronted and assailed the English position. But this portion was now numerically inferior to the force under the Duke of Wellington, which Napoleon had been assailing throughout the day, without gaining any other advantage than the capture of La Haye-Sainte. It is true that owing to the gross misconduct of the greater part of the Dutch and Belgian troops, the Duke was obliged to rely exclusively on his English and German soldiers, and the ranks of these had been fearfully thinned, but the survivors stood their ground heroically and opposed a resolute front to every forward movement of their enemies. On no point of the British line was the pressure more severe than on Halkett's brigade in the right centre, which was composed of battalions of the 30th, the 33rd, the 69th, and the 73rd British regiments. We fortunately can quote from the journal of a brave officer of the 30th, a narrative that took place in this part of the field. This excellent journal was published under the United Service Magazine during the year 1852. The late Major Macready served at Waterloo in the light company of the 30th. The extent of the peril and carnage which Halkett's brigade had to encounter may be judged of by the fact that this light company marched into the field 3 officers and 51 men, and that at the end of the battle they stood 1 officer and 10 men. Major Macready's blunt, soldierly account of what he actually saw and felt gives a far better idea of the terrific scene than can be gained from the polished generalizations which the conventional style of history requires, or even from the glowing stanzas of the poet. During the early part of the day, Macready and his light company were thrown forward as skirmishers in front of the brigade. But when the French cavalry commenced their attacks on the British right centre, he and his comrades were ordered back. The brave soldier thus himself describes what passed. Quote, "Before the commencement of this attack, our company and the grenadiers of the 73rd were skirmishing briskly in the low ground, covering our guns and annoying those of the enemy. The line of tirailleurs opposed to us was not stronger than our own, but on a sudden they were reinforced by numerous bodies, and several guns began playing on us with canister. Our poor fellows dropped very fast, and Colonel Vigoureux, Rumley, and Pratt were carried off badly wounded in about 2 minutes. I was now commander of our company. We stood under this hurricane of small shot till Halkett sent to order us in, and I brought away about 1/3 of the light bobs. The rest were killed or wounded, and I really wonder how one of them escaped. As our bugler was killed, I shouted and made signals to move by the left in order to avoid the fire of our guns and to put as good a face upon the business as possible. When I reached Lloyd's abandoned guns, I stood near them for about a minute to contemplate the scene. It was grand beyond description. Hougoumont and its wood sent up a broad flame through the dark masses of smoke that overhung the field. Beneath this cloud the French were indistinctly visible. Here a waving mass of long red feathers could be seen. There, gleams as from a sheet of steel showed that the cuirassiers were moving. 400 cannon were belching forth fire and death on every side. The roaring and shouting were indistinguishably commixed. Together they gave me an idea of a labouring volcano. Bodies of infantry and cavalry were pouring down on us, and it was time to leave contemplation, so I moved toward our columns, which were standing up in square. Our regiment and 73rd formed one, and 33rd and 69th another. To our right beyond them were the Guards, and on our left the Hanoverians and German Legion of our division. As I entered the rear face of our square, I had to step over a body, and looking down, recognized Harry Beers, an officer of our grenadiers, who about an hour before shook hands with me, laughing as I left the columns. I was on the usual terms of military intimacy with poor Harry. That is to say, if either of us had died a natural death, the other would have pitied him as a good fellow, and smiled at his neighbour as he congratulated him on the step. But seeing his Herculean frame and animated countenance thus suddenly stiff and motionless before me, I know not whence the feeling could originate, for I had just seen my dearest friend drop almost with indifference. The tears started in my eyes as I sighed out, "Poor Harry." The tear was not dry on my cheek when poor Harry was no longer thought of. In a few minutes after, the enemy's cavalry galloped up and crowned the crest of our position. Our guns were abandoned, and they formed between the two brigades, about 100 paces in our front. Their first charge was magnificent. As soon as they quickened their trot into a gallop, the cuirassiers bent their heads so that the peaks of their helmets looked like visors, and they seemed cased in armour from the plume to the saddle. Not a shot was fired till they were within 30 yards. When the word was given, and our men fired away at them, the effect was magical. Through the smoke we could see helmets falling, cavaliers starting from their seats with convulsive springs as they received our balls, horses plunging and rearing in the agonies of fright and pain, and crowds of the soldiery dismounted, part of the squadron in retreat, but the more daring remainder backing their horses to force them on our bayonets. Our fire soon disposed of these gentlemen. The main body reformed in our front, and rapidly and gallantly repeated their attacks. In fact, from this time, about 4 o'clock, till near 6, we had a constant repetition of these brave but unavailing charges. There was no difficulty in repulsing them, but our ammunition decreased alarmingly. At length, an artillery wagon galloped up, emptied 2 or 3 casks of cartridges into the square, and we were all comfortable. The best cavalry is contemptible to a steady and well-supplied infantry regiment. Even our men saw this, and began to pity the useless perseverance of their assailants, and as they advanced, would growl out, "Here come those fools again." One of their superior officers tried a ruse de guerre, by advancing and dropping his sword as though he surrendered. Some of us were deceived by him, but Halkett ordered the men to fire, and he coolly retired, saluting us. Their devotion was invincible. One officer, whom we had taken prisoner, was asked what force Napoleon might have in the field, and replied with a smile of mingled derision and threatening, "Vous verrez bientôt sa force, messieurs." A private cuirassier was wounded and dragged into the square. His only cry was, "Tuez donc, tuez-moi, soldats," and as one of our men dropped dead close to him, he seized his bayonet and forced it into his own neck. But this not dispatching him, he raised up his cuirass, and plunging the bayonet into his stomach, kept working about till he ceased to breathe. Though we constantly thrashed our steel-clad opponents, we found more troublesome customers in the round shot and grape, which all this time played on us with terrible effect, and fully avenged the cuirassiers. Often, as the volleys created openings in our square, would the cavalry dash on, but they were uniformly unsuccessful. A regiment on our right seemed sadly disconcerted, and at one moment was in considerable confusion. Halkett rode out to them, and seizing their colour, waved it over his head, and restored them to something like order, though not before his horse was shot out under him. At the height of their unsteadiness, we got the order to right face, to move to their assistance. Some of the men mistook it for right about face, and faced accordingly, when old Major Mullane, 73rd, called out, "No, my boys, it's right face. You'll never hear the right about as long as a French bayonet is in front of you." In a few moments he was mortally wounded. A regiment of light dragoons, by their facings, either the 16th or the 23rd, came up to our left and charged the cuirassiers. We cheered each other as they passed us. They did all they could, but were obliged to retire after a few minutes at the sabre. A body of Belgian cavalry advanced for the same purpose, but on passing our square they stopped short. Our noble Halkett rode out to them and offered to charge at their head. It was of no use. The Prince of Orange came up and exhorted them to do their duty, but in vain. They hesitated till a few shots whizzed through them, when they turned about and galloped like fury, or rather like fear. As they passed the right face of our square, the men, irritated by their rascally conduct, unanimously took up their pieces and fired a volley into them, and many a good fellow was destroyed so cowardly. The enemy's cavalry were by this time nearly disposed of, and, as they had discovered the inutility of their charges, they commenced annoying us by a spirited and well-directed carbine fire. While we were employed in this manner, it was impossible to see farther than the columns on our right and left, but I imagine most of the army were similarly situated. All the British and Germans were doing their duty. About 6 o'clock I perceived some artillery trotting up our hill, which I knew by their caps to belong to the Imperial Guard. I had hardly mentioned this to a brother officer, when 2 guns unlimbered within 70 paces of us, and by their first discharge of grape blew 7 men into the centre of the square. They immediately reloaded, and kept up a constant and destructive fire. It was noble to see our fellows fill up the gaps after every discharge. I was much distressed at this movement. Having ordered up 3 of my light bobs, they had hardly taken their station when 2 of them fell horribly lacerated. One of them looked up in my face and uttered a sort of reproachful groan, and I involuntarily explained I couldn't help it. We would willingly have charged these guns, but had we deployed, the cavalry that flanked them would have made an example of us. The vivida vis animi, the glow which fires one upon entering into action, had ceased. It was now to be seen which side had the most bottom, and would stand killing longest. The Duke visited us frequently at this momentous period. He was coolness personified. As he crossed the rear face of our square, a shell fell amongst our grenadiers, and he checked his horse to see its effect. Some men were blown to pieces by the explosion, and he merely stirred the rein of his charger, apparently as little concerned at their fate as at his own danger. No leader ever possessed so fully the confidence of his soldiery. Wherever he appeared, a murmur of "Silence, stand to your front, here's the Duke," was heard through the column, and then all was steady as on a parade. His aide-de-camp, Colonels Canning and Gordon, fell near our square, and the former died within it. As he came near us late in the evening, Halkett rode out to him and represented our weak state, begging his grace to afford us a little support. "It's impossible, Halkett," said he, and our general replied, "If so, sir, you may depend on the brigade to a man." All accounts of the battle show that the Duke was ever present at each spot where danger seemed the most pressing. inspiriting his men by a few homely and good-humoured words, and restraining their impatience to be led forward to attack in their turn. Quote, "Hard pounding this, gentlemen. We will try who can pound the longest," end quote, was his remark to a battalion on which the storm from the French guns was pouring with peculiar fury. Riding up to one of the squares which had been dreadfully weakened, and against which a fresh attack of French cavalry was coming, he called to them, "Stand firm, my lads. What will they say of this in England?" As he rode along another part of the line, where the men had for some time been falling fast beneath the enemy's cannonade without having any close fighting, a murmur reached his ear of natural eagerness to advance and do something more than stand still to be shot at. The Duke called to them, "Wait a little longer, my lads, and you shall have your wish." The men were instantly satisfied and steady. It was indeed indispensable for the Duke to bide his time. The premature movement of a single corps down from the British line of heights would have endangered the whole position, and have probably made Waterloo a second Hastings. But the Duke inspired all under him with his own spirit of patient firmness. When other generals besides Halkett sent to him begging for reinforcements, or for leave to withdraw corps which were reduced to skeletons, the answer was the same: "It is impossible. You must hold your ground to the last man, and all will be well." He gave a similar reply to some of his staff, who asked instructions from him, so that, in the event of his falling, his successor might follow out his plan. He answered, "My plan is simply to stand my ground here to the last man." His personal danger was indeed imminent throughout the day, and though he escaped without injury to himself or horse, one only of his numerous staff was equally fortunate. As far as the French accounts would lead us to infer, it appears that the losses among Napoleon's staff were comparatively trifling. On this subject, perhaps, the marked contrast afforded by the following anecdotes, which have been related to me on excellent authority, may tend to throw some light. At one period of the battle, when the Duke was surrounded by several of his staff, it was very evident that the group had become the object of the fire of a French battery. The shot fell fast about them, generally striking and turning up the ground on which they stood. Their horses became restive, and Copenhagen himself so fidgety that the Duke, getting impatient, and having reasons for remaining on the spot, said to those about him, "Gentlemen, we are rather too close together, better to divide a little." Subsequently, at another point of the line, an officer of artillery came up to the Duke, and stated that he had a distinct view of Napoleon, attended by his staff, that he had the guns of his battery well pointed in that direction, and was prepared to fire. His Grace instantly and emphatically exclaimed, "No, no, I'll not allow it. It is not the business of commanders to be firing upon each other." How different is this from Napoleon's conduct at the Battle of Dresden, when he personally directed the fire of the battery which, as he thought, killed the Emperor Alexander, and actually killed Moreau. Napoleon had stationed himself during the battle on a little hillock near La Belle Alliance, in the centre of the French position. Here he was seated, with a large table from the neighbouring farmhouse before him, on which maps and plans were spread, and thence with his telescope he surveyed the various points of the field. Soult watched his orders close at his left hand, and his staff was grouped on horseback a few paces in the rear. Uvard, who attended Napoleon as chief commissary of the French army on that occasion, told me that Napoleon was suffering from a complaint which made it very painful for him to ride. Here he remained till the close of the day, preserving the appearance at least of calmness, except some expressions of irritation which escaped him, when Ney's attack on the British left centre was defeated. But now that the crisis of the battle was evidently approaching, he mounted a white Persian charger, which he rode in action, because the troops easily recognized him by the horse colour. He had still the means of effecting a retreat. His old guard had yet taken no part in the action. Under cover of it, he might have withdrawn his shattered forces, and retired upon the French frontier. But this would only have given the English and Prussians the opportunity of completing their junction, and he knew that other armies were fast coming up to aid them in a march upon Paris, if he should succeed in avoiding an encounter with them and retreating upon the capital. A victory at Waterloo was his only alternative from utter ruin, and he determined to employ his guard in one bold stroke more, to make that victory his own. End of chapter 15, part 6. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Chapter 15, Part 7 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 7. Between 7 and 8 o'clock, the infantry of the Old Guard was formed into 2 columns, on the declivity near La Belle Alliance. Ney was placed at their head. Napoleon himself rode forward to a spot by which his veterans were to pass, and, as they approached, he raised his arm, and pointed to the position of the Allies, as if to tell them their path lay there. They answered with loud cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" and descended the hill from their own side, into that valley of the shadow of death, while the batteries thundered with redoubled vigor over their heads upon the British line. The line of march in the columns of the Guard was directed between Hougomont and La Haye Sainte against the British right centre, and, at the same time, the French under Donzelot, who had possession of La Haye Sainte, commenced a fierce attack upon the British centre, a little more to its left. This part of the battle has drawn less attention than the celebrated attack of the Old Guard, but it formed the most perilous crisis for the Allied army. And if the Young Guard had been there to support Donzelot, instead of being engaged with the Prussians at Planchenoit, the consequences of the Allies in that part of the field must have been most serious. The French tirailleurs, who were posted in clouds in La Haye Sainte and the sheltered spots near it, picked off the artillerymen of the English batteries near them, and taking advantage of the disabled state of the English guns, the French brought some field pieces up to La Haye Sainte and commenced firing grape from them on the infantry of the Allies, at a distance of not more than 300 paces. The Allied infantry here consisted of some German brigades, who were formed in squares, as it was believed that Donzelot had cavalry ready for La Haye Sainte to charge them with it. If they left that order of formation in the state, the Germans remained for some time with heroic fortitude. Through the grape shot was tearing gaps in their ranks, and the side of one square was literally blown away by tremendous volley which the French gunners poured into it. The Prince of Orange in vain endeavoured to lead some Nassau troops to the aid of the brave Germans. The Nassauers would not or could not face the French, and some battalions of Brunswicks, whom the Duke of Wellington had ordered up as a reinforcement, at first fell back, until the Duke in person rallied them and led them on. Having thus barred the further advance of Donzelot, the Duke galloped off to the right to head his men who were exposed to the attack of the Imperial Guard. He had saved one part of the centre from being routed, but the French had gained ground and kept it, and the pressure on the Allied line in front of La Haye Sainte was fearfully severe, until it was relieved by the decisive success which the British in the right centre achieved over the columns of the Guard. The British troops on the crest of that part of the position which the first column of Napoleon's Guard assailed were Matlin's brigade of British Guards, having Adams' brigade, which had been brought forward during the action, on their right. Matlin's men were lying down, in order to avoid as far as possible the destructive effect of French artillery, which kept up an unremitting fire from the opposite heights, until the first column of the Imperial Guard had advanced so far up the slope towards the British position that any further firing of the French artillerymen would have endangered their own comrades. Meanwhile, the British guns were not idle, but shot and shell ploughed fast through the ranks of the stately array of veterans that still moved imposingly on. Several of the French superior officers were at its head. Ney's horse was shot under him, but he still led the way on foot, sword in hand. The front of the massive column now was on the ridge of the hill. To their surprise they saw no troops before them. All they could discern through the smoke was a small band of mounted officers. One of them was the Duke himself. The French advanced to about 50 yards from where the British guards were lying down when the voice of one of the group of British officers was heard calling, as if to the ground before him, "Up, guards, and at them!" It was the Duke who gave the order, and at the words, as if by magic, up started before them a line of British guards 4 deep, and in the most compact and perfect order. They poured an instantaneous volley upon the head of the French column, by which no less than 300 of those chosen veterans are said to have fallen. The French officers rushed forwards and, conspicuous in front of their men, attempted to deploy them in a more extended line, so as to enable them to reply with effect to the British fire. But Maitland's brigade kept showering in volley after volley with deadly rapidity. The decimated column grew disordered in its vain efforts to expand itself into a more efficient formation. The right word was given at the right moment to the British for the bayonet charge, and the brigade sprang forward with a loud cheer against the dismayed antagonists. In an instant the compact mass of the French spread out into a rabble, and they fled back down the hill, pursued by Maitland's men, who, however, returned to their position in time to take part in the repulse of the second column of the Imperial Guard. This column also advanced with great spirit and firmness under the cannonade which was opened on it, and passing by the eastern wall of Hougoumont, diverged slightly to the right as it moved up the slope toward the British position, and so as to approach nearly the same spot where the first column had surmounted the height, and been defeated. This enabled the British regiments of Adams' brigade to form a line parallel to the left flank of the French column, so that while the front of the column of French guards had to encounter the cannonade of the British batteries and the musketry of Maitland's guards, its left flank was assailed with a destructive fire by 4 deep body of British infantry, extending all along it. In such a position all the bravery and the skill of the French veterans were in vain. The second column, like its predecessor, broke and fled, taking at first a lateral direction along the front of the British line towards the rear of La Haye-Sainte, and so becoming blended with the divisions of the French infantry, which under Donzelot had been assailing the Allies so formidably in that quarter. The sight of the old guard, broken and in flight, checked the ardor which Donzelot's troops had hitherto displayed. They too began to waver. Adams' victorious brigade was pressing after the flying guard, and now cleared away the assailants of the Allied centre. But the battle was not yet won. Napoleon had still some battalions in reserve near La Belle Alliance. He was rapidly rallying the remains of the first column of his guards, and he had collected into one body the remnants of the various corps of cavalry, which had suffered so severely in the earlier part of the day. The Duke instantly formed the bold resolution of now himself becoming the assailant, and leading his successful though enfeebled army forward, while the disheartening effect of the repulse of the Imperial Guard on the rest of the French army was still strong, and before Napoleon and Ney could rally the beaten veterans themselves for another and fiercer charge. As the close approach of the Prussians now completely protected the Duke's left, he had drawn some reserves of horse from that quarter, and he had a brigade of hussars under Vivian fresh and ready at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched these against the cavalry near La Belle Alliance. The charge was as successful as it was daring, and as there was now no hostile cavalry to check the British infantry in a forward movement, the Duke gave a long-wished-for command for a general advance of the army along the whole line upon the foe. It was now past 8 o'clock, and for nearly 9 deadly hours had the British and German regiments stood unflinching under the fire of artillery, the charge of cavalry, and every variety of assault which the compact columns or the scattered tirailleurs of the enemy's infantry could inflict, as they joyously sprang forward against the discomfited masses of the French. The setting sun broke through the clouds which had obscured the sky during the greater part of the day, and glittered on the bayonets of the Allies, while they poured down into the valley and towards the heights that were held by the foe. The Duke himself was among the foremost in the advance. and personally directed the movements against each body of the French that essayed resistance. He rode in front of Adams' brigade, cheering it forward, and even galloped among the most advanced of the British skirmishers, speaking joyously to the men and receiving their hearty shouts of congratulation. The bullets of both friends and foe were whistling fast round him, and one of the few survivors of his staff remonstrated with him for thus exposing a life of such value. "Never mind," was the Duke's answer. "Never mind, let them fire away. The battle's won, and my life is no consequence now." And indeed, almost the whole of the French host was now in irreparable confusion. The Prussian army was coming more and more rapidly forwards on their right, and the young guard, which had held Planchenoit so bravely, was at last compelled to give way. Some regiments of the old guard in vain endeavored to form in squares and stem the current. They were swept away, and wrecked among the waves of the flyers. Napoleon had placed himself in one of these squares. Marshal Soult, General Bertrand, Dros Corbineau, Dave Flahaut, and Gourgard were with him. The emperor spoke of dying on the field, but Soult seized the bridle and turned his charger round, exclaiming, "Sire, are not the enemy already lucky enough?" Colonel Lemoire de Fossey, Memoirs, page 338. The colonel states that he had heard these details from General Courcelles himself. The English reader will be reminded of Charles I's retreats from Naseby. With the greatest difficulty, and only by the utmost exertion of the devoted officers round him, Napoleon cleared the throng of fugitives and escaped from the scene of the battle and the war, which he and France had lost past all recovery. Meanwhile, the Duke of Wellington still rode forward with the van of his victorious troops, until he reined up on the elevated ground near Rosomy. The daylight was now entirely gone, but the young moon had risen, and the light which it cast, aided by the glare from the burning houses and other buildings in line of the flying French and pursuing Prussians, enabled the Duke to assure himself that his victory was complete. He then rode back along the Chaperoy road towards Waterloo, and near La Belle Alliance, and met Marshal Blucher. Warm were the congratulations that were exchanged between the allied chiefs. It was arranged that the Prussians should follow up the pursuit and give the French no chance of rallying. Accordingly, the British army, exhausted by its toils and sufferings during the dreadful day, did not advance beyond the heights which the enemy had occupied. But the Prussians drove the fugitives before them in merciless chase throughout the night. Cannon, baggage, and all the material of the army were abandoned by the French, and many thousands of the infantry threw away their arms to facilitate their escape. The ground was strewn for miles with the wrecks of their host. There was no rear guard, nor was there even a semblance of order attempted. An attempt at resistance was made at the village of Gillespie, the first narrow pass through which the bulk of the French retired. The situation was favorable, and a few resolute battalions, if ably commanded, might have held their pursuers at bay there for some considerable time. But despair and panic were now universal in the beaten army. At the first sound of the Prussian drums and bugles, Gillespie was abandoned, and nothing thought of but headlong flight. The Prussians, under General Gneisenau, still followed up and still slew. Nor even when the Prussian infantry stopped in sheer exhaustion was the pursuit given up. Gneisenau still pushed on while the cavalry, and the ingenious stratagem made by the French, believed that his infantry were still close on them, and scared them from every spot where they attempted to pause and rest. He mounted one of his drummers on a horse which had been taken from a captured carriage of Napoleon, and made him ride along with the pursuing cavalry, and beat the drum whenever they came on any large number of French. The French thus fled, and the Prussians pursued through Courtrai and even over the heights of Crécy, and when at length Gneisenau drew bridle and halted a little beyond Francy with the scanty remnant of keen hunters who had kept up the chase with him to the last, the French were scattered through Gosselin, Merchenay, and Charleroi, and were striving to regain the left bank of the river Sambre, which they had crossed in such pomp and pride not 100 hours before. End of chapter 15, part 7. Chapter 15, part 8 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 8. Part of the French left wing endeavored to escape from the field without blending with the main body of the fugitives who thronged with the Napi causeway. A French officer who was among those who thus retreated across the country westward of the high road has vividly described what he witnessed and what he has suffered. Colonel Lemonnier de Fossey served in the campaign of 1815 in General Foy's staff, and was consequently in that part of the French army at Waterloo, which acted against Hougoumont and the British right wing. When the column of the Imperial Guard made their great charge at the end of the day, the troops of Foy's division advanced in support of them, and Colonel Lemonnier de Fossey describes the confident hopes of victory and promotion with which he marched to that attack, and the fearful carnage and confusion of the assailants, amid which he was helplessly hurried back by his flying comrades. He then narrates the closing scene. Colonel Lemonnier de Fossey Memoirs, page 385 to 405. There are omissions and abridgments in the translation which I have given. Near one of the hedges of Hougoumont Farm, without even a drummer to beat the rappel, we succeeded in rallying under the enemy's fire 300 men. They were nearly all that remained of our splendid division. Thither came together a band of generals. There was Railly, whose horse had been shot under him. There was d'Erlon, Bachelot, Foy, Yamin, and others. All were gloomy and sorrowful, like vanquished men. The words were, "Here is all that is left of my corps, of my division, of my brigade. I myself, we have seen the fall of Duhesme, of Pelé de Morvan, of Michael, generals who had found a glorious death. My General Foy had his shoulder pierced through by a musket ball, and out of his whole staff 2 officers only were left to him. Cahors, Duhay, and I, fate had spared me in the midst of so many dangers, though the first charger I rode had been shot and had fallen on me. The enemy's horse were coming down on us, and our little group was obliged to retreat. What had happened to our division of the left wing had taken place all along the line. The movement of the hostile cavalry, which inundated the whole plain, had demoralized our soldiers, who, seeing all regular retreat of the army cut off, strove each man to effect one for himself. At each instant the road became more encumbered. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery were pressing along the pell-mell, jammed together like a solid mass. Figure to yourself 40,000 men struggling and thirsting themselves along a single causeway. We could not take that without destruction, so the generals who had collected together near Hougoumont hedge dispersed across the fields. General Foy alone remained with 300 men whom he had gleaned from the field of battle, and marched at their head. Our anxiety was to withdraw from the scene of action without being confounded with our fugitives. Our general wished to retreat like a true soldier. Seeing 3 lights in the southern horizon, like beacons, General Foy asked me what I thought of the position of each. I answered, "The first to the left is Gillespie. The second is Bois de Bassou, near the farm of Quatre Bras. The third is Gosselin. Let us march on the second one," then replied Foy, "and let no obstacle stop us. Take the head of the column, and do not lose sight of the guiding light." Such was his order, and I strove to obey. After all the agitation and incessant din of a long day of battle, how imposing was the stillness of that night! We proceeded in our sad and lonely march. We were a prey to the most cruel reflections. We were humiliated. We were hopeless. But not a word of complaint was heard. We walked silently as a troop of mourners, and it might have been said that we were attending the funeral of our country's glory. Suddenly the stillness was broken by a challenge. "Que vie, France! Kellerman, Foy, is that you, General? Come nearer to us." At that moment we were pressing over a little hillock, at the foot of which was a hut, in which Kellerman and some of his officers had halted. They came out to join, as Foy said to me, "Kellerman knows the country. He has been along here before with his cavalry. We had better follow him." But we found the direction which Kellerman chose towards the first light, towards Gillespie, that led the causeway which our general rightly wished to avoid, and I went to the left to reconnoitre, and was soon convinced that such was the case. It was then that I was able to form a full idea of the disorder of a routed army. What a hideous spectacle! The mountain torrent that uproots and whirls along with every momentary obstacle is feeble image of that heap of men, of horses, of equipages, rushing upon one another, gathering before the least obstacle which dams up their way for a few seconds, only to form a mass which overthrows everything in the path which it forces for itself. Woe to him whose footing failed him in that deluge! He was crushed, trampled to death. I returned and told my general what I had seen, and he instantly abandoned Kellerman and resumed his original line of march. Keeping straight across the country over the fields and the rough thickets, we at last arrived at the Bois d'Abousseau, where we halted. My general said to me, "Go to the farm of Quatre Bras and announce that we are here. The emperor or Soult must be there. Ask for orders, and recollect that I am waiting here for you. The lives of these men depend on your exactness." To reach the farm I was obliged to cross the high road. I was on horseback, but nevertheless was borne away by the crowd that fled along the road, and it was long ere I could extricate myself and reach the farmhouse. General Labeau was there with his staff, resting in a fancied security. They thought that their troops had halted there, but, though a halt had been attempted, the men had soon fled forwards. Like their comrades of the rest of the army, the shots of the approaching Prussians were now heard, and I believed that General Labeau had taken prisoner in that farmhouse. I left him to rejoin my general, which I did with difficulty. I found him alone. His men, as they came near the current of flight, were inflicted with the general panic, and fled also. What was to be done? Follow that crowd of runaways? General Foy would not hear of it. There were 5 of us still with him, all officers. He had been wounded about 5 times in the afternoon, and the wound had not been dressed. He suffered severely, but his moral courage was unbroken. "Let us keep," he said, "a line parallel to the high road, and work our way hence as best we can." A foot track was before us, and we followed it. The moon shone out brightly, and revealed the full wretchedness of the tableau which met our eyes. A brigadier and 4 cavalry soldiers, whom we met with, formed our escort. We marched on, and as the noise grew more distant, I thought that we were losing the parallel of the highway. Finding that we had the moon more and more on the left, I felt sure of this, and mentioned it to the general. Absorbed in thought, he made me no reply. We came in front of a windmill, and endeavoured to procure some information, but we could not gain an entrance, or make any one answer, and we continued our nocturnal march. At last we entered a village, but found every door closed against us, and were obliged to use threats in order to gain admission into a single house. The poor woman to whom it belonged, more dead than alive, received us as if we had been enemies. Before asking where we were, "Food, give us some food," was our cry. Bread and butter and beer were brought, and soon disappeared before men who had fasted for 24 hours. A little revived, we asked, "Where are we? What is the name of this village?" "Vively." On looking at the map, I saw that in coming to that village we had learned too much to the right, and that we were in the direction of Mons. In order to reach the Sambre at the bridge of the Marchiennes we had 4 leagues to traverse, and there was scarcely time to march the distance before daybreak. I made a villager act as our guide, and bound him by his arm to my stirrup. He led us through Roe to Marchiennes. The poor fellow ran alongside of my horse the whole way. It was cruel, but necessary to compel him, for we had not an instant to spare. At 6 in the morning we entered Marchiennes. Marshal Ney was there. Our general went to see him, and to ask what orders he had to give. Ney was asleep, and rather than rob him of the first repose he had had for 4 days, our general returned to us without seeing him. And, indeed, what orders could Marshal Ney have given? The whole army was crossing the Sambre. Each man were, and now he chose, some at Charleroi, some at Marchiennes. We were about to do the same thing. When once beyond the Sambre we might safely halt, and both men and horses in extreme need of rest. We passed through Thun, and finding a little copse near the road, we gladly sought its shelter. While our horses grazed, we lay down and slept. How sweet was that sleep after the fatigues of the long day of battle, and after the night of retreat more painful still. We rested in the little copse till noon, and sat there watching the wrecks of our army defile along the road before us. It was a soul-harrowing sight, yet the different arms of the service had resumed a certain degree of order amid their disorder, and our general feeling his strength revived, resolved to follow a strong column of cavalry which was taking the direction of Beaumont, about 4 leagues off. We drew near Beaumont, when suddenly a regiment of horse was seen debouching from a wood on our left. The column that we followed shouted out, "The Prussians! The Prussians!" and galloped off in utter disorder. The troops that thus alarmed them were not a 10th part of their number, and were in reality our own 8th Hussars, who wore green uniforms. But the panic had been brought even thus far from the battlefield, and the disorganized column galloped into Beaumont, which was already crowded with our infantry. We were obliged to follow that debacle. On entering Beaumont we chose a house of superior appearance, and demanded of the mistress of its refreshments for the general. "Alas!" she said, "lady, this is the 10th general who has been to this house since this morning. I have nothing left. Search if you please and see." Though unable to find food for the general, I persuaded to take him to his coat off and let me examine his wound. The bullet had gone through the twist of his left epaulette, and penetrating the skin had run around the shoulder without injuring the bone. The lady of the house made some lint for me, and I, without any great degree of surgical skill, I succeeded in dressing the wound. Being still anxious to procure some food for the general and ourselves, if it were but a loaf of ammunition or bread, I left the house and rode out to the town. I saw pillage going on in every direction. Open caissons, stripped and half broken, blocked up the streets. The pavement was covered with plundered and torn baggage. Pillagers and runaways, such were all the comrades I met with. Disgusted at them, I strove sword in hand to stop one of the plunderers, but more active than I, he gave me a bayonet stab in my left arm, in which I fortunately caught his thrust, which had been aimed full at my body. He disappeared among the crowd, through which I could not force my horse. My spirit of discipline had made me forget that in such circumstances the soldier is a mere wild beast. But to be wounded by a fellow countryman after having passed unharmed through all the perils of Quatre Bras and Waterloo, this did seem hard indeed. I was trying to return to General Foy when another horde of flyers burst into Beaumont, swept me into a current of their flight, and hurried me out of the town with them. Until I received my wound, I had preserved my moral courage in full force, but now, worn out with fatigue, covered with blood, and suffering severe pain from the wound, I own that I gave way to the general demoralization, and let myself be inherently borne along with the rushing mass. At last I reached Landrecies, though I know not how or when, but I found there our Colonel Hurday, who had been left behind there in consequence of an accidental injury from a carriage. He took me with him to Paris, where I retired amid my family, and got cured of my wound, knowing nothing of the rest of political and military events that were taking place. No returns ever were made of the amount of the French loss in the Battle of Waterloo, but it must have been immense, and may be partially judged of by the amount of killed and wounded in the armies of the conquerors. On this subject, both the Prussian and British official evidence is unquestionably full and authentic. The figures are terribly emphatic. Of the army that fought under the Duke of Wellington, nearly 15,000 men were killed and wounded on the single day of battle. 7,000 Prussians also fell at Waterloo. At such a fearful price was the deliverance of Europe purchased. By none was the severity of that loss more keenly felt than by our great deliverer himself, as may be seen in Major Macready's narrative. The Duke, while the battle was raging, betrayed no sign of emotion at the most ghastly casualties, but when all was over, the sight of the carnage which the field was covered, and still more the sickening spectacle of the agonies of the wounded men who lay moaning on their misery by thousands and tens of thousands, weighed heavily on the spirit of the victor. As he rode back across the scene of strife, on reaching his headquarters in the village of Waterloo, the Duke inquired anxiously after the numerous friends who had been round him in the morning, and to whom he was warmly attached. Many, he was told, were dead. Others were lying alive, but mangled in suffering, in the houses round him. It is not our hero's own words alone that his feelings can be adequately told. In a letter written by him almost immediately after his return from the field, he thus expressed himself: "My heart is broken by the terrible loss I have sustained in my old friends and companions, and my poor soldiers. Believe me, nothing except a battle lost can be half so melancholy as a battle won. The bravery of my troops has hitherto saved me from the greater evil, but to win such a battle as this of Waterloo, at the expense of so many gallant friends, could only be termed a heavy misfortune but for the rest of the public." It is not often that a successful general in modern warfare is called on, like the victorious commander of the ancient Greek armies, to award a prize of superior valor to one of his soldiers. Such was to some extent the case with respect to the Battle of Waterloo. In the August of 1818, an English clergyman offered to confer a small annuity on some Waterloo soldier, to be named by the Duke. The Duke requested Sir John Byng to choose a man from the 2nd Brigade of Guards, which had so highly distinguished himself in the defence of Hougoumont. There were many gallant candidates, but the election fell on Sergeant James Graham, of the Light Company of the Coldstreams. This brave man had signalized himself throughout the day in the defence of that important post, and especially in the critical struggle that took place at the period when the French, who had gained the wood, the orchard, and detached garden, succeeded in bursting open a gate of the courtyard of the chateau itself, and rushed in large masses, confident of carrying all before them. A hand-to-hand fight of the most desperate character was kept up between them and the guards for a few minutes, but at last the British bayonets prevailed. Nearly all the Frenchmen who had forced their way in were killed on the spot, and, as a few survivors ran back, 5 of the guards, Colonel Macdonell, Captain Wyndham, Ensign Gooch, Ensign Harvey, and Sergeant Graham, by sheer strength, closed the gate again in spite of the efforts of the French from without, and effectually barricaded it against further assaults. Over and through the loopholed wall of the courtyard, the English garrison now kept up a deadly fire of musketry, which was fiercely answered by the French, who swarmed round the curtilage like ravaging wolves. Shells, too, from their batteries were falling fast into the besieged place, one of which set part of the mansion and some of the outbuildings on fire. Graham, who was at this time standing near Colonel Macdonell at the wall, and who had shown the most perfect steadiness and courage, now asked permission of his commanding officer to retire for a moment. Macdonell replied, "By all means, Graham, but I wonder you should ask leave now." Graham answered, "I would not, sir, only my brother is wounded, and he is in that outbuilding there, which has just caught fire." Laying down his musket, Graham ran to the blazing spot, lifting up his brother and laid him in a ditch. Then he was back at his post, and was plying his musket against the French again, before his absence was noticed, except by his colonel. End of chapter 15, part 8. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 15, part 9 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd CREASY. Chapter 15, Part 9. Many anecdotes of individual prowess have been preserved, but all of the brave men who were in the British army on that eventful day, none deserve more honour for courage and indomitable resolution than Sir Thomas Picton, who, as has been mentioned, fell in repulsing the great attack of the French upon the British left centre. It was not until the dead body was examined after the battle that the full heroism of Picton was discerned. He had been wounded on the 16th at Quatre Bras by a musket ball which had broken 2 of his ribs, and caused also severe internal injuries. But he had concealed the circumstance, evidently in expectation that another and greater battle would be fought in a short time, and desirous to avoid being solicited to absent himself from the field. His body was blackened and swollen by the wound, which must have caused severe and incessant pain, and it was marvellous how his spirit had borne him up, and enabled him to take part in the fatigues and duties of the field. The bullet which, On the 18th, killed the renowned loader of the Fighting Division of the Peninsula, entered the head near the left temple, and passed through the brain, so that Picton's death must have been instantaneous. One of the most interesting narratives of personal adventure at Waterloo is that of Colonel Frederick Ponsonby of the 12th Light Dragoons, who was severely wounded when Vandeleur's brigade, which he belonged, attacked by the French lancers in order to bring off the Union brigade, which was retiring from its memorable charge. The 12th, like those whom they rescued, advanced much further against the French position than prudence warranted. Ponsonby, with many others, was spared by a reserve of Polish lancers, and left for dead on the field. It is well to refer to the description of what he suffered, as he afterwards gave it, when almost miraculously recovered from his numerous wounds. Because of his fate, or worse, was the fate of thousands more, and because of the narrative of the pangs of the individual with whom we can identify ourselves, always comes more home to us than a general description of the miseries of a whole masses. His tale may make us remember what are the horrors of war as well as its glories. It is to be remembered that the operations which he refers to took place about 3 o'clock in the day, and that the fighting went on for at least 5 hours more. After describing how he and his men charged through the French whom they first encountered, and went against other enemies, he states, "We had no sooner passed them than we ourselves attacked before we could form, by about 300 Polish lancers, who had hastened to their relief, the French artillery pouring in among us a heavy fire of grape, though for one of our men they killed 3 of their own. In the melee, I was almost instantly disabled in both arms, losing first my sword and then my reins, and followed by a few men who were presently cut down. No quarter being allowed, asked, or given, I was carried along by my horse till, receiving a blow from a sabre, I fell senseless on my face to the ground. Recovering, I raised myself up a little to look around, being at that time, I believe, in a condition to get up and run away, when a lancer passing by cried out, 'Ce n'est pas moi, Conquin,' and struck his lance through my back. My head dropped, the blood gushed into my mouth, a difficulty of breathing came on, and I thought it was all over. Not long afterwards, it was impossible to measure time, but I must have fallen in less than 10 minutes after the onset, a tirailleur stepped to plunder me. Threatening my life, I directed him to a small side pocket, in which he found $3, all I had. But he continued to threaten, and I said he might search me. This he did immediately, unloosing my stock and tearing open my waistcoat, and leaving me in a very uneasy posture. But he was no sooner gone than an officer bringing up some troops, to which probably the tirailleur belonged, and happening to halt where I lay, stooped down and addressed me, saying he feared I was badly wounded. I said that I was, and expressed a wish to be removed to the rear. He said it was against their orders to remove even their own men, but that if they gained the day, and he understood that the Duke of Wellington was killed, and that some of our battalions had surrendered, every attention in his power would be shown me. I complained of thirst, and he held his brandy bottle to my lips, directing one of the soldiers to lay me straight on my side, and place a knapsack under my head. He then passed on into action, soon perhaps to want, though not receive, the same assistance, and I shall never know to whose generosity I was indebted, as I believe, for my life. Of what rank he was I cannot say. He wore a great coat. By and by another tirailleur came up, a fine young man, full of ardour. He knelt down and fired over me, loading and firing many times, and conversing with me all the while. The Frenchman, with a strange coolness, informed Ponsonby of how he was shooting and what he thought of the progress of the battle. At last he ran off, exclaiming, "You will probably not be sorry to hear that we are going to retreat. Good day, my friend." It was dusk. Ponsonby adds, "When 2 squadrons of Prussian cavalry, each of them 2 deep, came across the valley and passed over me in full trot, lifting me from the ground and tumbling me about cruelly, the clatter of their approach and the apprehensions they excited may be imagined. A gun taking that direction must have destroyed me. The battle was now at an end, or removed to a distance. The shouts, the imprecations, the outcries of 'Vive l'Empereur!' the discharge of musketry and cannon were over. and the groans of wounded all around me became every moment more and more audible. I thought the night would never end. Much about this time I found a soldier of the Royals lying across my legs. He had probably crawled thither in his agony, and his weight, his conclusive motions, and the air issuing through a wound in his side distressed me greatly. The last circumstance most of all, as I had a wound of the same nature myself. It was not a dark night, and the Prussians were wandering about to plunder. The scene in Ferdinand Count Fathom came into my mind, though no women appeared. Several stragglers looked at me as they passed by, one after another, and at last one of them stopped to examine me. I told him as well as I could, for I spoke German very imperfectly, that I was a British officer and had been plundered already. He did not desist, however, and pulled me about roughly. An hour before midnight I saw a man in an English uniform walking towards me. He was, I suspect, on the same errand, and he came and looked in my face. I spoke instantly, telling him who I was, and assuring him of a reward if he could remain by me. He said he belonged to the 40th, and had missed his regiment. He released me from the dying soldier, and being unarmed, took up a sword from the ground and stood over me, pacing backwards and forwards. Day broke, and at 6 o'clock in the morning some English were seen at a distance, and he ran to them. A messenger being sent off to Hervey, a cart came for me, and I was placed in it and carried to the village of Waterloo, a mile and a half off, and laid in the bed from which, as I understood afterwards, Gordon had been just carried out. I had received 7 wounds. A surgeon slept in my room, and I was saved by excessive bleeding. Major Macready, in the journal already cited, justly praises the deep devotion to their emperor which marked the French at Waterloo. Never indeed had the national bravery of the French people been more nobly shown. One soldier in the French ranks was seen, when his arm was shattered by a cannonball, to wrench it off with the other, and throwing it up in the air, he exclaimed to his comrades, "Vive l'Empereur! Jusqu'à la mort!" Colonel Lemoyne Delfossy mentions in his memoirs that at the beginning of the action, a French soldier who had had both legs carried off by a cannonball was borne past the front of Foy's division, and called out to them, "Ca n'est rien, comrades! Vive l'Empereur! Glory à la France!" The same officer, at the end of the battle, when all hope was lost, tells us that he saw a French grenadier, blackened with powder and with his clothes torn and stained, leaning on his musket, and immovable as a statue. The colonel called to him to join his comrades in retreat, but the grenadier showed him his musket and his hands, and said, "These hands have, with this musket used today, more than 20 packets of cartridges. It was more than my share. I supplied myself with ammunition from the dead. Leave me to die here on the field of battle. It is not courage that fails me, but strength." Then, as Colonel Delfossy left him, the soldier stretched himself out on the ground to meet his fate, exclaiming, "Taue perdu, parvier France." The gallantry of the French officers at least equaled that of their men. Ney, in particular, set the example of the most daring courage. Here, as in every French army in which he ever served or commanded, he was la brave de la brave. Throughout the day he was in the front of the battle, and was one of the very last Frenchmen who quitted the field. His horse was killed under him in the last attack made on the English position, but he was seen on foot, his clothes torn with bullets, his face smirched with powder, striving, sword in hand, first to urge his men forward, and at last to check their flight. There was another brave general of the French army, whose valor and good conduct on that day of disaster to his nation should never be unnoticed. When the story of Waterloo is recounted, this was General Paulet, who was, about 7 in the evening, led the 1st battalion of the 2nd regiment of the Chasseurs of the Guard to the defense of the Planchazet, and on whom Napoleon personally urged the deep importance of maintaining possession of that village. Paulet and his men took their post in the central part of the village, and occupied the church and churchyard in great strength. There they repelled every assault of the Prussians, who, in rapidly increasing numbers, rushed forward with infuriated pertinacity. They held their post till the utter rout of the main army of their comrades was apparent, and the victorious allies were thronging around Planchenoit when Pelet and his brave chasseurs quitted the churchyard and retired. With steady march, though they suffered fearfully from the moment they left their shelter, and Prussian cavalry as well as infantry dashed fiercely after them. Pelet kept together a little knot of 250 veterans, and had the eagle covered over and borne along in the midst of them. At one time, the inequality of the ground caused his ranks to open a little, and in an instant the Prussian horsemen were on them. And striving to capture the eagle, Captain Seaborn relates the conduct of Pelet with the admiration worthy of one brave soldier for another. Pelet, taking advantage of a spot of ground which afforded them some degree of cover against the fire of grape, by which they were more constantly assailed, halted the stranded bearer, and called out, "A moi, chassier savant, l'ia ou morion, en toi dia." The chasseurs immediately pressed around him, forming what is usually termed the rallying square, and lowering their bayonets, succeeded in repulsing the charge of cavalry. Some guns were then brought to bear upon them, and subsequently a brisk fire of musketry. But notwithstanding the awful sacrifice which was thus offered up in defiance of their precious charge, they succeeded in reaching the main line of retreat, favored by the universal confusion, as also by the general obscurity which now prevailed, and thus saved alike the eagle and the honor of the regiment. French writers do injustice to their own army and general when they revive malignant calamities against Wellington and speak of his having blundered into victory. No blunderer could have successfully encountered such troops as those of Napoleon, and under such a leader it is superfluous to cite against these cavils the testimony which other continental critics have borne to the high military genius of our illustrious chief. I refer to one only which is of particular value, on account of the quarter whence it comes. It is that of great German writer Niebuhr, whose accurate acquaintance with every important scene of modern as well as ancient history was unparalleled, and who was no mere pedant, but a man practically versed in active life, and had personally acquainted with most of the leading men in the great events of the early part of this century. Niebuhr, of the passage of which I allude to, Roman History, Volume 5, page 17, after referring to the military blunders of Mithridates, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, Pyrrhus, Hannibal, uses these remarkable words: "The Duke of Wellington is, I believe, the only general in whose conduct of war we cannot discover any important mistake. Not that it is to be supposed that the Duke's merits were simply of a negative order, or that he was merely a cautious, phlegmatic general fit only for defensive warfare, as some recent French historians have described him. On the contrary, he was bold even to audacity when boldness was required. The intrepid advance and fight at Acier, the crossing of the Douro, and the movement on the Talavera in 1809, the advance to Madrid and Burgos in 1812, the actions before Bayonne in 1813, and the desperate stand made at Waterloo itself, when more tamely prudent generals would have retreated beyond Brussels, place this beyond a doubt. See the admirable parallel of Wellington and Marlborough at the end of Sir Archibald and Alison's life. The Duke of Marlborough. Sir Archibald justly considers Wellington the more daring general of the two. The overthrow of the French military power at Waterloo was so complete that the subsequent events of the brief campaign have little interest. Land Maritime truly says, "This defeat left nothing undecided in future events, for victory had given judgment. The war began and ended in a single battle." Napoleon himself recognized instantly and fully the deadly nature of the blow which had been dealt to his empire. In his flight from the battlefield, he first halted at Charleroi, but the approach of the pursuing Prussians drove him thence before he had rested there an hour. With difficulty getting clear of the wrecks of his own army, he reached Philippeville, where he remained a few hours, and sent orders to the French generals in the various extremities of France to converge with their troops upon Paris. He orders Soult to collect the fugitives of his own force, and led them to Laon. He then hurried forward to Paris, and reached his capital before the news of his own defeat. But the stern truth soon transpired. At the demand of the Chamber of Peers and Representatives, he abandoned the throne by a second and final abdication on the 22nd of June. On the 29th of June he left the neighborhood of Paris and proceeded to Rochefort in the hope of escaping to America. But the coast was strictly watched, and on the 15th of July the ex-emperor surrendered himself on board of the English man-of-war, the Bellerophon. Meanwhile, the allied armies had advanced steadily upon Paris, driving before them Grouchy's corps and the scantily force which Soult had succeeded in rallying at Laon. Chambray, Péronne, and other fortresses were speedily captured, and by the 29th of June the invaders were taking their positions in front of Paris. The provisional government, which acted in the French capital after the emperor's abdication, opened negotiations with the allied chiefs. Blücher, in his quenchless hatred of the French, was eager to reject all proposals for a suspension of hostilities, and to assault and storm the city. But the sager and calmer spirit of Wellington prevailed over his colleague. The entreated armistice was granted, and on the 3rd of July the capitulation of Paris terminated the war of the Battle of Waterloo. In closing our observations on this, the last of the decisive battles of the world, it is pleasing to contrast the year which it signalized with the year that is now, written in June 1851, passing over our heads. We have not, and long may we be without, the stern excitement of martial strife, and we see no captive standards of our European neighbors brought in triumph to our shrines, but we behold an infinitely prouder spectacle. We see the banners of every civilized nation waving over the arena of our competition with each other in the arts that minister to our race's support and happiness, and not to its suffering and discretion. Peace hath her victories, no less renowned than war. And no battlefield ever witnessed a victory more noble than that which England, under her sovereign lady and her royal prince, is now teaching the peoples of the earth to achieve over selfish prejudices and international feuds, in the great cause of the general promotion of the industry and welfare of mankind. End of chapter 15, part 9. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. End of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Creasy.